Good morning. We will start within a few minutes. Hello? Hello? Good morning.
Good morning, participant. We'll start within 2 minutes.
A very, very good morning to all of you and warm welcome. On behalf of IIC COEP and Dr. Madhuri Karni, I have with me Mr. Rahul Rao as my team member and Mr. Swapnil Mari, then Krishna Vath as student secretary with me. We all welcome you to this faculty development program on innovation and entrepreneurship. We are conducting this FDP with the theme Embedding Innovations and Entrepreneurship in Higher Education. Innovation and entrepreneurship has emerged as the important aspect of higher education, and it is mainly because the onus of creating jobs and generate employment opportunities lies with the students who are getting higher education. And to nucleate the interest in students and encourage them in entrepreneurship is the responsibility of we teachers. And that's why we also need some training in innovation and entrepreneurship because we are technical teachers. And hence, we have selected this theme as embedding innovation and entrepreneurship in higher education. We are conducting a similar program for students also tomorrow. Our IIC strives to conduct programs and events to make students and teachers familiar with startup ecosystem. This program is one of them. I am really proud to tell you that we are doing all this with the strong support of our director, COAP Professor B.B. Ahuja, and our ESL also gets support from our alumni and industry in and around Pune. Today we have amongst us a lot of distinguished personalities. Of course, Professor B.B. Ahuja, Director COAP, Professor M.S. Sutavane, Deputy Director COAP. Then we have Mr. Sanjay Kalvinde, distinguished alumni of COET. We also have Mr. Shantanu Rukde, faculty at Tata Management and Training Center. We also have Dr. Rajendra Jagdale, CEO, Science and Technology Park, SPTU, with us. And most importantly, we have with us Professor Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman AICTE, as the chief guest. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all, to welcome Professor Sahasrabuddhe on behalf of IIT COEP. I am supposed to formally introduce Professor Sahasrabuddhe. Actually, he doesn't need any introduction as such, but to tell you in brief, he is graduated from DMS College of
Come
Engineering.
on, leave it out actually. So,
Okay. I would like to tell that as a director COEP, he took many innovative initiatives in co-curricular, curricular, administrative activities, and entrepreneurship is one of them. ESL COEP is started by Sahasrabuddhe sir and Sanjay Inamdar sir way back in 2006, and it is his legacy that we are carrying forward along with Ahuja sir. Hence, I thought that Sahasrabuddhe sir is the right person to talk to technical teachers about innovation and entrepreneurship. And he also agreed immediately to our request despite his busy schedule. I earnestly thank him for joining us today. At the same time, technical teachers are also very busy nowadays because they have to execute many responsibilities apart from teaching. And despite their schedule, they have also given us a very enthusiastic response. And I am thankful to them also. And I'm thankful to all the dignitaries present today. With this, I request Professor Ahuja to welcome Professor Sahasrabuddhe and all of you. Over to Ahuja sir.
Good morning, everyone. Uh, on behalf of COEP, a warm welcome to each one who is connected with us. And a special welcome to our very own dear Professor Sahasrabudhe sir, Chairman AICT and a former director at COEP. Uh, as we just heard Madhuri tell us that it was in 2006, 2007 when Professor Sahasrabudhe, along with Mr. Narendra Kale and Mr. Sanjay Namdar, started courses on entrepreneurship at COEP and also initiated the setting up of the Bhau Institute of Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Leadership. And it was in those days when there was not much heard of the startup uh, initiatives in the country, and COEP was leading from the front. And we are very fortunate, sir. I was told that he has a couple of hard engagements today, but despite that, he agreed to inaugurate this session for us. So thank you, sir, for being with us this morning and inaugurating this FDP. I'm not sure if Madhuri made a mention or told you about this, that we have close to 500 or maybe 500 plus teachers connected to this FDP. And I would like to thank her team, Mr. Rahul, Professor Sutaune, uh, Mr. Sanjay Mali, and all others, who have taken pains to run this FDP for all the faculty in the country to fuel this thought that how important it is today to innovate. And each teacher has to be an entrepreneur today in his or her profession, the way he or she teaches, the way he or she interacts. And can teachers also become entrepreneurs and have their own startups? And this is being facilitated by the innovation cell of the Ministry of Education. And AICT has uh, uh, come up with a policy. And I must tell all the faculty who are connected today that tomorrow our honorable Prime Minister would be addressing all the students and faculty and people in the country because it was in 2016, January 16, 2016, when he announced the Startup India policy. And it is in the same year, in November, that AICT launched the startup policy at the hands of the president in the country. So AICT has had many initiatives recently to facilitate and empower students and faculty in a variety of domains, and each one of us must contribute in some way or the other to the country. And what better than having startups along with our students? They say that entrepreneurs innovate, and innovation could lead us to entrepreneurship. So they go hand in hand, and we have to work together. I mean, I have a couple of examples, but for paucity of time, I would skip mentioning some of these, Indian entrepreneurs who have done the country proud and have fueled the growth of startups in the country. To name a few like Freshworks, Paytm, Oyo, Flipkart, which was sold to Walmart in 2018 at a price of $16 billion US dollars. So there are a number of startups that are emerging, and each faculty today is expected to be entrepreneurial in their approach, as I mentioned. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our speakers, who have found time to tell us how startups can actually emerge and how problem solving and ideation can happen, how what are the different features of business models, how one can pitch a plan, and what are the IPR landmarks, and how IPR could be protected, and also salient features of finance. So all in all, it's going to be a very interesting and a purposeful program that will continue throughout the day. And I would once again like to thank Professor Sahasrabudhe sir for finding time for us. He is very passionate, very committed, and COEP is close to his heart. And thank you, sir, once again for being with us. And sir, over to you, sir.
Thank
Yeah,
you, Professor. I now request Professor Sahasrabudhe to talk to faculty about the importance of this topic. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, very good morning to all of you. Namaskar. Today, College of Engineering Pune is conducting a faculty development program on a very important theme of embedding innovation entrepreneurship in higher education. In fact, Professor Ahuja, Director of College of Engineering Pune, Deputy Director Professor Sutane Mathuri, who has been spearheading this particular workshop, and all other visiting guests, speakers who are going to participate in this particular faculty development program, and the faculty themselves, along with students, who are all charged up in order to carry forward the message of innovation, message of entrepreneurship amongst the higher education institutions. And in the light of this, all the 500 plus people who have joined, they have been doing a credible activity because on a morning when it is very cold, I was just checking the temperature in Delhi. It is about 6 degrees centigrade. In the night, it might have been a little even lower. And many of the places in India also are cold. Nevertheless, since yesterday was Makar Sankranti, happy Makar Sankranti to all of you. Bihu or all the festivals which are done in India on this occasion, which is called Uttarayan. Means warmer days are ahead. So sun has changed the direction and gradually we will all warm up. And therefore, this faculty development program is also like warming up ceremony for future of India in terms of Atmanirbhar Bharat. I was also seeing a post which was from IIT Bombay's director that some alumni, those who graduated not long ago in 2006-7, they're very recent graduates, but they have created a company which has found to be one of those companies which has been selected by the Indian Armed Forces to supply drones. Oh, and the order is worth 130 crore rupees. So that is the strength of the institutions. I'm aware of our own institution, College of Engineering Pune, where I was director. You talked about eCell being started in 2006. In fact, my journey to US to go and talk to some of the alumni really catapulted this particular idea of creating what is known as a course on entrepreneurship. Thanks to Sanjay Inamdar, who is in India and also part of the Bhau Institute, and Narendra Kale, who actually said that we must have a course on entrepreneurship for all students, irrespective of which discipline. And therefore, this course was started in COEP as a multidisciplinary program where students from all the departments were allowed. Of course, in the beginning, the number was restricted to about 60. Subsequently, it has been gradually growing. There is an advanced course also started. But many students said it's not just the course which is important. We need opportunities to actually start the startups. And that was the taking of birth of what is known as Bhau Institute of Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Leadership. Not only these two gentlemen, Dr. Other than that, Zakatdar was also involved. And then we also have Atul Kirloskar and these two gentlemen, as I said, Kale and Inamdar, they all pitched in, gave more than a crore rupees each, and this Bhau Institute of Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Leadership building came in. We had the blessings of none other than Dr. Abdul Kalam. So we visited him. He said that every year I will come and give a lecture on entrepreneurship, on leadership, on innovation. Unfortunately, he could come only once for the launch of DPEX program in COAP. Subsequently, we did not have an opportunity before the building was ready. He was unfortunately no more, and therefore that dream remained. But at least he visited once our institution. So, coming back to the whole issue, Dr. Ahuja was rightly pointing out tomorrow, our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji is going to speak about the very same fact, innovation and entrepreneurship, and he is very passionate about it. I'll give you a couple of examples. When AICTE started a movement of Smart India hackathons, it was then Minister for HRD, Sri Prakash Javadekar, who gave full support. And with MHRD, AICTE, we started the first ever Smart India hackathon with the problem statements from different government departments. And then that was a 36-hour long program. COEP is also one of the centers. And there are about 27 centers in the first year. And in the very first year, the Prime Minister was invited, he said that I would like to speak to young friends who are doing a lot of innovation. They are creating some new ideas into products, and we need to support them. So that year onwards, we have now had 4 editions. In every edition, when the students have worked for about 12 to 13 hours, he comes in the night at around 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and then speaks with different teams at different locations, and then invigorates and creates an atmosphere, charges up the whole student community in order to become innovative, to create entrepreneurial ventures and startups. And we have had at least more than about 100 startups that have come up in the last 4 years. Out of those problem statements which were given by different government departments, states, and in the last 3 years, we're also taking them from industry. We also have hardware edition from the second year onwards. I think this innovation movement has picked up in a big way. And one of the spin-off benefits out of all of this is India, which ranked amongst the Committee of Nations at the 81st position 5 years ago, we have jumped to the place of 48 now. But our true potential, look at the 1.35 billion population, the kind of jugaad that people do, even those who are uneducated, and if proper streamlining of the innovation movement is done, which is done through this IIC, this Indian College of Engineering Pune's IIC, which is holding this particular workshop, and there are about 1,000 plus institutions who have similar kind of a center which has been established. I'm sure our number would be not 48, it would be within 20, within 10 in a couple of years' time. And that is the vision with which we have been working both in the ministry as well as in AICTE. But my learning has all started from College of Engineering Pune. Although I had had a stint of IIT Guwahati before I came to College of Engineering Pune, many new things which I learned was at College of Engineering Pune, because it had an historical 160 years of history. We had alumni like Sri Vishweshwaraya. We had alumni like Thomas Kailath. I think each one of them had done wonderfully well in their life, and that was an inspiration. Narendra Kale and Sanjay Inamdar catapulted it further in terms of starting Bhau Institute of Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Leadership. And today we have more than 50 startups always existing in that small building, 21,000 square feet building. If there was more area, probably more number of startups will emerge from out of that, not only from college, but from nearby institutions, nearby villages and towns who have brilliant ideas. They all must be supported. And that is what Prime Minister on the August 15th of 2015 talked about Startup India. And then within next 5-6 months, that is on January the 16th, that is what is going to be tomorrow, exactly 5 years ago on 2016, January 16, startup movement began by having a policy of the national government. And that one being for the entire infrastructure of the country itself, AICT decided to have its own policy. We had a committee, and in which Akshay Agarwal, the then Vice Chancellor of Gujarat Technical University, and very passionate man, he was made the chairman. There were people from banking sector, there were people from insurance sector, there were people who were angel investors. There were also Sanjay Namdar was part of that committee, and this policy was finally announced and launched on November 16. Within same year, AICT had its own policy of startup, and that was announced from the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And that is what is very significant. Within 1 year, AICT came up with that policy, and under that, several startups have emerged. And therefore, whether it is innovation, whether it is entrepreneurship, we have been working continuously in order to help our country become Atmanirbhar. That seed was sown long, long ago. But after the policy was announced in 2016 November, we found that many institutions were still not able to make headway into that, because there were some teething trouble in those policy framework. And therefore, we further enhanced the policy in the year 2019. Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala, one of the creators of Research Park in IIT Madras, he was now the chairman of this committee, and he very, very categorically said that this support has to come from the institution to faculty and students. And unless they are empowered fully, there will be no movement further in terms of startup or innovation movement. And that is why we have got variety of things which are stated in this policy, which has been now in implementation, and therefore this is not only AICT policy, now it is the Ministry of HRD and now the Ministry of Education policy. And we have MIC, which is Ministry's innovation cell established in AICTE, which has been driving this movement in terms of supporting not only innovation, but also entrepreneurship in terms of creating incubators in different institutions, creating accelerators, creating workshops for such students who are willing to take up challenges and try to address them. And also funding for all of this is also happening from AICTE. We have again started a new initiative called the Idea Lab, under which 1 crore rupees would be available for each institution. Institution has to pitch in 50 lakh rupees either from their own resources or from some of the nearby industry, and then AICT will give the remaining 50% matching grant. And this 1 crore rupees is for creating something like a tinkering lab or a fab lab in every institution. And we have planned for 100 such institutions in the first phase. And if the success of this is found out, we will probably expand it in terms of more number of institutions on one side and even probably more funding. More interestingly, all of these places where a lot of innovative ideas crop up from out of students, if there is a possibility of making a startup out of them, there is going to be funding for startups from AICT itself. And we appeal to all the angel investors in the country that they must go and visit these places, find out what is happening, which can be further helped, mentor them, pull them up, and then whenever the chips are down, also try to give psychological counseling, because sometimes whatever idea you had started off may not work. There may be initial failures, hiccups, and during such, when the chips are down, I think that is when strength is required to be given, and that is where the role of institutions is important. And therefore, in my opinion, this faculty development program for embedding innovation entrepreneurship in higher education, which has been rightly taken up by College of Engineering Pune and all 500 people who are joined here, they will have to get that seed sown into their mind and heart. And unless they take it to the logical conclusion in the respective institutions, we will not be able to really make headway. And as I said, the government is doing its part in terms of what we call it as the ease of doing business, and the life of people have to be improved. And therefore, whether it is Digital India, whether it is Swachh Bharat, whether it is Make in India, whether it is Startup India or Atmanirbhar Bharat, which Prime Minister often is continuously reeling out various kinds of schemes to support that. But ultimately, what we often see is unless people take it to the heart and they start implementing, nothing will happen. Government may create policies, they may give support system. Like horse can be taken to the water, but you can't make it to drink. So all the people who are joining here, they should become willing horses to take this initiative in their respective institutions. If there is an already existence of IIC, make it even more functional in terms of supporting students. Now, when I said startup policy, which has been re-enunciated in 2019, which is significantly different from the initial policy, which has possibility of students taking a break for about a year. That means similar to like faculty do take what is known as sabbatical leave in many institutions. Why not students also be allowed to have a sabbatical leave? They may take a break for 1 year, try out whatever they have in mind, and if they succeed, well and good. They may continue the degree, they may leave the degree, but they will create hundreds of jobs. But if they are failures also, doesn't matter. Failure is the first step of success. They can come back, continue their program. And I will tell you, even from the perspective of employability, industries look for people who have attempted, who have tried, who have tested. It is not that someone who has only theoretical knowledge that the industry wants. And that is why AICT has also made internship mandatory. But this creation of a startup, whether it succeeds or fails, is itself a big internship. In the process, a student group will learn hundreds of things. How do they deal with people? How ideas are to be converted into a more robust design, and then finally a process to be evolved and then converted into a product. how testing is to be done, how market survey is to be done, how you have to reach out to funding agencies or banks for loan. All of that training which students go through when they are creating a startup, and the mentoring which is available through some of the successful entrepreneurs themselves. I'm sure all of this will help them even in getting excellent jobs subsequently, even if they don't want to continue with a startup. Therefore, as we say, it is not just entrepreneurship, but entrepreneurship is also important. My dear faculty members, you should also become entrepreneurs and also entrepreneurs. Wherever institutions have the rules and regulations in place where they are supporting creation of a company by yourself, please make use of that. Associate with young students who have a lot of bright ideas, and together with students and faculty, we can make it happen. With these few words, I have another program to go for, and therefore I will not continue. But I have my, what I say, College of Engineering Pune, where my heart still exists. I love so much, whether it is the boat club, regatta, whether it is different clubs. And a couple of days back, I was saying that when I was there were some 20 odd clubs, and during my tenure, we increased it to 32. I don't know now how many are there, and someone, faculty member, immediately said that now they are up to 50. So I think this is what it is. And we have another program AICTE has launched, is called SPICE. And this SPICE program is also for creation of such clubs. I have seen the strength of these clubs. Even though a college is an engineering college, if there is a history club, a philosophy club, a psychology club, a club for everything, interest of every student, whether it is photography, music, dance, drama, if it is satisfied, a person who gets satisfied in what he likes, he will also start performing better in the domain of engineering. Because many times students would have come without their interest because of the pressure of the peers or the pressure of the parents or the relatives, but they will perform exceedingly well both in the area of their interest and the interest of their parents. And that is how we have to keep on moving in the cycle of innovation. My all the best wishes for all the faculty who have joined. And I'm sure in your organizations, newer and newer startups for helping India to grow as one of the powerful developed nations in the next 5 years will come through. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your inspiring talk, sir. Thank you so much. It was straight from the heart, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining us. And on behalf of all the technical teachers, I really assure you that we will try to sow the seed of innovation and entrepreneurship in the minds of students. And we all will also try to be entrepreneur. That much I can say. Thanks a lot for joining. And we will be having Dr. Rajendra Jagdale now, who will be speaking on startup ecosystem. It will start within a few seconds.
Good morning, Ahuja sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Thank you once again
No, it's
for
pleasure.
giving us your time today and all your inputs and driving this so very passionately, sir.
No. I heard Sasapudi sir very briefly. Though I could not hear him complete his speech, but incidentally, he happens to be our wife member and also used to be on our board.
Good morning, participants. Welcome back to session on startup ecosystem by Dr. Rajendra Jagdale. Rajendra Jagdale sir is Director General, CEO, Director General CEO at Science and Technology Park, Pune. Dr. Jagdale sir is a trainer in entrepreneurship and mentor for several startup companies and works closely with GST technology, business incubation, and innovation management program. The major areas of expertise are e-transformation using science and technology tools, IT open source and freeware, intellectual property management and technology transfer, business incubation and promoting innovation-driven cluster development. Sir has many awards and recognition to his credit. To name the few, Entrepreneurship Development Award by Entrepreneurs International, Knight of the Order of Academic Calm, Fellow of Linnean Society, H1 Jivan Gaurav Puraskar, Environmental Leadership Awards, and many more. So we are very fortunate to have Rajendra Jagdale sir as today's keynote speaker. I welcome Rajendra sir on the behalf of College of Engineering Pune. Over to you, Rajendra sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Ahuja, Dr. Madhuri Karnik, all the team of COEP, and many more faculty members from across the country who have joined this session. It's my special privilege to be associated with innovation cell of COEP as one of the committee member, and I see a lot of exciting things happening there. And it's really privileged to talk to especially faculty because I have been a professor in the University of Pune for almost 18 years before I took over as the Director of Science and Technology Park. So I believe it's a very interesting journey of which all of us need to go through. And I have thoroughly enjoyed what I have done for last 20 years as the Director of Science and Technology Park. So I will be sharing some of my experiences. I won't have a long speech, but I would prefer if there are questions which Dr. Madhuri, you can collate, probably you can request people to send their questions. And then I would prefer to interact more. That will be more interesting than just a one-way monologue. I'll share my presentation, which is very brief, and we can start with that. Are you able to see the presentation now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, because I cannot see what other side. Okay. Uh, very briefly, I will talk about what is the startup ecosystem emerging in India. What are the major innovation initiatives outside India, and what is within the country, and what is within the state of Maharashtra. I would focus more on Maharashtra at the end of my talk. All of us need to think into what is happening within the state. Some exciting decisions even taken yesterday. I had a meeting with Honorable Chief Minister and some of the cabinet ministers in the state of Maharashtra just yesterday, and something exciting is coming up. I would like to share with you because all of us need to be part of that initiative at the government level. Let's see what we are. The Science and Technology Park, I would like to know, I would like to tell you very briefly what we do. We are located on the University of Pune campus. We are one of the oldest STEP Science and Technology Entrepreneurs Park set up by Ministry of Science and Technology. We were formally registered as a society and trust in 1990, but we started activity in 1986 as one of these very small industry interaction cell, hoping that the academia, rather research that is done within the University of Pune campus, we take it to society through industry. That was a very basic purpose. Second purpose was whatever spare capacity of instruments and faculty that we have, make it available to industries to develop or sharpen their products or the processes. So provide consulting services. So that was the modest beginning in 1980s, since 1986. But now we are in every possible domain of innovation. So we set up business incubators. We help academia to set up business incubators. We also promote setting up innovation clusters with various ministries, state ministries of industries. We operate some of the incubators and we set up very strong mentorship board. So there are a large number of areas that we have been working. Of course, we are very aggressive in entrepreneurship training. recently with government of Maharashtra, and the final decision has been taken just yesterday. We will be upscaling almost 917 industrial training institutes and 86 technical training centers, and we'll be setting up 9 centers for excellence in skills in various domains. Altogether, it's nearly almost 18,000 crore project. Probably this is the world's largest project to upscale innovation, rather the technical training centers. And I haven't heard on such a big scale any state has taken such initiative. We also provide services to the government in terms of technology assessment and forecasting. When any development project is undertaken by the government, most of the technology adoption is driven by vendors. Some consultant approaches some bureaucrat, and bureaucrats, since they are not aware of what are the latest technologies they should adopt, so whatever consultants tell them, tender is floated and we adopt the technology. It may not be world's latest. So we provide service in terms of what is the best in the country, best in the world that should be adopted for undertaking any development project. We also have a program called Smart Village Program, where we design master plan for village development to achieve highest sustainable development goals. You know that UN has defined sustainable development goals, which addresses every aspect of village, whether it's a human development index, biodiversity, pollution, land, water, wildlife, everything is addressed. So we'll see how we can intervene by providing basket of technologies which are developed by various institutions across India and make it available for village development. We have been providing policy support for various states in terms of innovation policies, entrepreneurship policies, startup policies, and also sustainable development policies, even tourism policies. We have CSR wing. Idea of setting up CSR wing at Science and Technology Park is how we can take technologies again to the grassroots. We also have been setting up what is called Center for Invention, Innovation, Incubation, which is end-to-end ecosystem from idea to prototype for high-end skill training, idea to prototype, then prototype to scale up, then from scaling up to as a product, then taking product into market. So we provide financial support and mentoring for full value chain. We also operate large number of Government of India programs like Nidhi, National Initiative for Development and Harnessing Innovation, like Nidhi Prayas, Nidhi Entrepreneur in Residence. In Entrepreneur in Residence, we provide almost 30,000 rupees per month as a fellowship to a youngster who wants to be a full-time entrepreneur. And of course, we provide seed funding. So these are various areas we have been primarily focusing. I can proudly say that probably this is the only part set up by the ministry in the country which has been financially sustainable for last 20 years. We have not taken even 1 rupee from Government of India for our operation cost. So we have built in sustainability by depending least for our OPEX from the government. And so far, we have set up more than 150 companies. As we go along, I will mention some of the startups which are really breakthrough promoted by us. This is where we are located on University of Pune campus. I always, when I'm talking to faculty, I thought there needs to be some basic clarity on what we are addressing on academic campus in terms of entrepreneurship innovation. Because we use some common terms like creativity, innovation, invention for the same thing. So I thought very briefly, I will go through some of the definitions which I feel we should be very clear. what do you mean by innovation? What do you mean by incubation? What do you mean by entrepreneurship? We don't have much time on each of this topic. We can have a full lecture, but for a paucity of time, we'll go very briefly. Uh, Creativity is coming up with ideas. Whenever students, faculty come with new ideas, it may be practical, may not be practical. It may be converted into product, may not be converted into idea product, but it's a creativity. You're something with coming with new ideas. When we bring these ideas into life, when you develop into a process, when you develop this into a product, it's it's the process of innovation. So we are talking mainly about innovation and entrepreneurship when we want to set up entrepreneurship sales, e-sales, or innovation sales on academic campus. Now, so invention, that invention and creativity are not same. Invention, innovation is also not same. Invention is the creation of new concept, and when we convert that concept into practice, then make that a commercial success. That's the innovation. Now, when we talk about science, what do you do when you are doing a good science? We actually convert money into knowledge. We use funds, large number of R&D projects funded by various ministries. We use that money to convert a new knowledge, convert it into new knowledge, new discoveries. So that's a science. But in innovation, we use that knowledge to convert into money. So I think this is very brief. When we see various innovation ecosystems, we must know what people have created or what has naturally emerged across India. What makes some of the regions in the world as global innovation hub? I would request our faculty. These are thanks to internet. Most of these things are readily available on the internet. I would request you to browse through some of the innovation clusters and see what it makes them so great. Where is the Silicon Valley? The larger is the bubble, green bubble. You say that there are larger innovation ecosystems. If you just talk about Stanford innovation ecosystem, in Silicon Valley, they have nurtured more than 40,000 startups. 40,000 startups. I have been growing there almost every. I manage one hedge fund in Silicon Valley. It's a pre-IPO investment fund with about $400 million fund. I'm on the board, and there, if you see, its ecosystem is so vibrant. If you go to Stand Hill Road, they're all VCs and private equity firms on left and right side of this road. There's a Starbucks. Go to the Starbucks, spend some time and see what is happening whole day. All great startups emerged into Silicon Valley. They have connection with coffee shop. They have connection with garages. They have connection with discussion under a tree. So just a vibrant ecosystem. Every next table in the coffee shop of Starbucks, you'll find there's some entrepreneur discussing with VC or private equity. So that's the innovation ecosystem that's created. In addition, so the same about Tokyo, Chicago, San Francisco, Minneapolis, Taipei, you'll find similar environment existing. What is lacking with us? And we'll see how to improve at local level. Most of the innovation ecosystem that we've just seen, they have invested huge amount of money into good fundamental and good applied research. I always see being a teacher in the university and having guided large number of PhD students, I don't mind boldly saying that most of research in India is done, which is called research. Something somewhere somebody has done it. We want to do something similar, and there's nothing great contribution. I when I talk about universities, when I joined as a director of science and technology part, for the first time I made Indian universities innovation database. This was 20 years ago. And during universities, UGC's Golden Jubilee, that was released as one of the flagship programs. And I had learned a lot because most of our faculty needs to be oriented for IPR and technology management. Patenting when, why, how, people are ignorant. Even today, I don't think we have created adequate awareness about protection of intellectual property. I always say when we are, and I'm very happy the COP is planning to come up with institution innovation policy. Each institution must come up with innovation policy, their own institution innovation policy. And right from day one of formulation of research proposal, we must make an assessment. There has to be institution committee to make an assessment. What is this research going to lead? Whether it's going to contribute to fundamental knowledge, what we call fundamental research or basic research, or it is really going to come up with something seriously applied, which has got application. There cannot be anything in between. And we across the country do lot anything in between, neither fundamental nor applied. Research for sake of research. I think we must be bold enough to accept the truth and ensure that either we contribute very strongly into basic research or applied, so that every penny that is put into research by government or industries goes into something more tangible. If you see the global investment scenario into innovation in terms of GDP, we are far below. We are below 1%. And if you see Israel, almost 4.5%. Israel, Finland, Denmark, Japan, Korea, Sweden, they are leaders in innovation, even though they are small countries. But investment they have done into innovation is very tremendous. And we must see how we could leverage. Government of India is doing at the moment it is at its best in terms of supporting innovation ecosystem and entrepreneurship and startup. But we also must see how we can develop this innovation ecosystem within our city, how we can leverage funding. I will address some of the ways in which we can leverage ecosystem within the city. Across India, you'll find several terminologies, several innovation hubs are called in different ways. For example, they're called science parks, they're called techno parks. We have technopoles, we have some research parks. In Europe, they are known as catapults. Some of them are just incubators. Some regions are declared as innovation districts. I'm happy to tell you that just yesterday, Government of Maharashtra took it very positive, and I personally gave presentation to Honorable Chief Minister and most of the members of cabinet yesterday, including Deputy Chief Minister. And Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg, and Raigad, three districts of Konkan, coastal Maharashtra, will be full declared as Greenfield Innovation Zone. So this will be like a major innovation zone coming up in the country. But when we talk about promoting innovation zone, promoting entrepreneurship, promoting incubators, what we need is very strong association and synergy with industry in research and quality education and quality skills. These are the strong pillars of boosting innovation. So at our own campuses, we must see how do we leverage it. Be it a small village, we can take it very, some of these star villages that we have in the state of Maharashtra, which are developed villages, the GDP of villages, there are millionaires within the villages, GDP has increased because people have been innovative. They have taken help of industries. They have taken technologies to grassroots. They have created their own knowledge bank in terms of skills within the village. So whether it is village or a small town or big cities, there is there are three these elements: industries, research, and skills. All could be brought together. Scale may be different, our objective may be different, kind of innovation that we want to bring into play would be different, but you'll find these players are there at every level. We have been working very closely with some of the global innovation hubs at Science and Technology Park, and I believe they are very good. For example, we are working very closely with Kolsova. Kolsova is in Russia. You know that in a Novosibirsk, close to Novosibirsk in Siberia, it is a global innovation hub. When there was a World War II and Russia was into the Germany's flying distance, Moscow was in flying distance. So what Russians did was they shifted their major R&D base to Novosibirsk in Siberia, so that it goes beyond the flying distance. But that has emerged as major innovation zone now. Of course, we work very closely with science, technology, innovation centers in Shanghai. We work very closely with Innovate UK, which is a unique program UK government has created. I will briefly talk about Research Triangle Park. Sophia Antipolis is the global innovation zone, global level innovation zone in France. So these are the innovation major ecosystem that we need to study. We need to study very closely. If you talk about Research Triangle Park, which is on a very big scale, that could be our dream. Something like Pune city could do it. Bombay, Bangalore, Delhi, Noida, Hyderabad should look into what is there in Research Triangle Park network. It's in North Carolina on the East Coast, and you find there are within this Research Triangle Park network, there are 7 research parks, which totally covers about 20,000 acres of land. More than 500 companies they have set up the R&D centers there, 20 universities, and nearly 2 lakh plus high-tech jobs they have created. So this is on a very big scale, but it is worth studying how they initiate. Start, Starting was by some professor in the university, approached some government, created a small space of 5,000 square foot. If you see their headquarters, still in a old building, on a very small scale they started, but that came up into such a big scale now. Another model that worth studying is Sophia Antipolis. I personally feel Sophia Antipolis is a living inspiration. It was a dream of a single person who was not a very highly qualified technocrat, but it was his dream. He took a very barren land away from Paris, almost then about overnight journey by train. There was no airport, there was no university, and this is that for innovation to flourish and express, climate should play important role. Our innovators, scientists must stay in a good environment. So it's not that cement building matters. It's an ecosystem that needs to be created, and not the high-tech labs and the building alone are important. This park was initiated in 1968. Now it has got latest figure is 1,880 companies have got R&D centers on one campus. More than 5,000 top scientists from 120 nationalities are working on one campus. And rate of attrition is near zero. Percentage-wise is near zero. In the history, very few scientists had left the path to go to Silicon Valley and they have returned. That's the quality of life we create. And over 35,000 high-tech jobs and more than 500 foreign companies they have set up on campus. Now, see the bottom figure. More than 10 million tourists visit here. Why? Why should tourists visit Innovation Zone? Because they want to see the startup, they want to see the startup products, they want to see what industries are innovating. There are sports complexes on this one campus. They have 39 Olympic-sized badminton courts, swimming pools. All this is on one campus. They have full art village where road, buildings, walls, terraces, interior, everything is art and craft. So there's full art village. So a lot of artists go there. Probably this is largest center in France where trading of art happens. So dance, drama, music, culture is integral part of innovation ecosystem. I think this is something which is missing. We create buildings and provide some laboratory facilities, and we say that will create innovation ecosystem. I think we need to go a little further. This is the man called Senator Pierre Laffitte, who is the creator of this Sophia Paris. And we are lucky that twice he visited Science and Technology Park. Now he's 96-year-old young man. Last December, 2 years before, not last December, every year I go to meet him either in December or in Jan, because 1st Jan happens to be his birthday. And this old man, I would say rather young man, came driving to pick me up on the airport. See the energy this man has. He's created something exciting that keeps him so happy. So, and he occupies senior-most position in the Senate, occupies Napoleon Bonaparte boardroom. And I was lucky enough to have several meetings on the same table where Napoleon Bonaparte used to have his board meetings. So, what do we do when we try to create an entrepreneurship ecosystem on our campuses? We want to see that our faculty is converted, our scientists and students are converted into entrepreneurs. I just picked up a word from Professor Sahasrabudhe, and I have added one word there called willing horses. So I had written only those who are having a fire in the belly, but now Sahasrabudhe sir said I just added that. And so we want to convert our faculty, scientists, and students. Those are willing horses and have fire in the belly. Those who are highly motivated, committed, inspired, and they show a highest societal commitment to job creators. Convert those into job creators. So whenever we recruit startups within science and technology portfolio, we always ask entrepreneurs, why you want to do business? You want to just make money? Or you want to contribute to the society? I personally feel every entrepreneur's objective must be that I want to do business because I want to contribute to the societal development. And that's the spirit that we look into entrepreneurs whenever we recruit companies at Science and Technology Park. So every company that is started by us has to meet some societal requirement. And when we do this, we need to have a very systematic modular training program, mentoring program to ensure that they become a success. Usually, if you see the global people, there you will find a lot of figures. How many companies succeed within the incubator? Some will say 10%, 90% fail. By and large, figures range from 10% to 20% succeed, rest fail. We have reverse. I don't believe we have more than 10% failures. We have even lower than 10% failures. Most of the companies have succeeded because very strong and stringent modular training program. when we recruit company as our startup, almost 6 months before we take them into portfolio, we groom them, we mentor them free of cost, and then we help them to start the company. Because many times when you get an entrepreneur, he comes with a company which is already established. You ask the entrepreneur who are on the board of the company. He said, okay, I have 99%, my father is 1%, or my wife is 10%, I am 90%. These companies don't succeed. They don't want to share their equity. They don't understand. So whether they have in the team mix of people who will make success complete success. So we need to start grooming right from that time. So that's what we do. Now when we say uh, business incubation, what we call as technology business incubation. So whenever we talk about as a teachers, we must always talk about technology business incubation. So nowadays, technology business incubators are either public or private, because many companies are also coming up with technology business incubators. So they are entrepreneurial, economic, and societal development platform designed to nurture business ideas or startups through comprehensive and modular business support program, which is called incubation process, which will help them to establish and accelerate their growth. Not just starting company. We have to ensure that companies grow. Not just 10 years they are making only 1 crore rupees turnover or 10 lakh rupees turnover. That's not the company that we are looking at. We have to see that they really. There are ecosystems like incubators, which are very high tech, technology based. Most of the technology based incubators, they provide common facilities for startups. For example, it could be food processing incubator, very basic food processing equipment for startups to create their initial product. Till they are on their own, they can buy the land and set up their own facility. It's a common facility. They can actually bring the products from the raw material process, do the packaging, and launch the products and do small amount of sale. Whether it's a biotechnology, whether it's in engineering, we have set up called Center for Invention, Innovation, Incubation. Now 5 centers are set up, wherein person can come with the idea, convert that idea into prototype, then we help them to scale up prototype, do pilot testing. Then again, we do seed support up to 1 crore rupees. We give seed support. Then they go in the market with a limited number of products. Then we take them to venture capital firm. We'll come back very soon to what is venture capital. There are just co-working spaces uh, wherein some modern co-working spaces. For example, we have one sister institute called 91 Springboard. I would say even Bhau Institute that we have on COAP campus. Uh, Apart from the support that COAP gives to entrepreneurs in Bhau Institute, but institutions like this, facilities like this are co-working spaces, wherein entrepreneurs come with their own ideas. They find the laboratories where they can work outside this co-working space, but co-working space also provides access to mentors. So they are co-working spaces. So many startups might just need co-working space and mentorship, which is also very important. There are now accelerators. They are a little higher than the incubators, wherein companies which are successful within the incubator, they need higher amount of funding. They need access to large amount of funds, which are risk capital, and very deeper involvement of those who are investors. Mostly they are what is called strategic investors, not just passive investors that you take money, do whatever you want, and I want return. So there are active investors where they involve themselves, handhold startups, and take companies from startup phase to sizable company size. So those are accelerators. So we must set up all these three facilities. I Now there are large number of initiatives by government of India. Many states have come up with fantastic innovation support ecosystem. Various ministries in the government, there are, the METI, DST, DPT, Atal Innovation Mission, Minister of Agriculture, even defense now and railways, they are promoting startups. Several state governments, government of Maharashtra has set up Maharashtra State Innovation Society. They give money to set up incubators up to 5 crore rupees. They also have created fund to promote startups, and most of those who are from specialized economically backward uh, entrepreneurs, there are special mechanism soon coming up, wherein they will be getting money without collateral up to almost 5 crore rupees as a capital, if they want to promote high tech companies. Now, so Maharashtra State Innovation Society is also giving national, rather every year annual innovation awards in terms of giving access to government procurement up to, I think, 15 lakhs of rupees, plus there is some seed funding. So Kerala has come up with a Kerala startup mission, which is doing fantastic job. Hyderabad, I know that most of you know, there's a tea hub in Hyderabad, Telangana hub in Hyderabad. They're doing fantastic work. So a lot of states, especially Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, they're coming with fantastic programs. So what should be the significant activity to promote incubators on campuses? One, access to or establishment of innovation fund to support technology development, product research, and venture creation and social innovation. To promote this, we must have money, and just by mentoring is not enough. So you please find out where is this money available, who can funding, whether there are individuals, high net worth individuals, or there are venture capital firms, or there are government support mechanisms. Please make database what you can leverage. You also need to create a physical infrastructure to promote entrepreneurial ecosystem, network of new and existing facilities. It's not that you need to create totally new. If you have a classroom free, if you have a space within the library free, make it available. Small share is also enough. Begin 5,000 square foot, 2,000 square foot. Please start the activity. You'll find one student coming with fantastic ideas, need to nurture. So, small beginning is okay. Large big is large dream is always nice, but begin. And please create wide network of experts and mentors. Luckily, our people retire at the age of 60. Our scientists retired at the age of 60 to 65. Our professionals, which are from industry, people retire too early. They are very active. Now it's globally proved that person is most productive between the age of 60 and 70. Second most productive age is 50 and 60. So I think most productive age is 50, 60 and 70. That's available to you almost free, because people are retired. They want some good work to do. They are settled. Children are married. They are settled. Make database of such people who can help you and leverage them. Pay them small amount of money for their expenses. They will be more than happy to help. I think that will help a lot. Now we we must see where is money available. I emphasize on fund. Where is early stage angel fund? Angel fund is nothing but there are large number of HNIs, high net worth individuals. They would like to provide funding into. They would like to put money as an experiment in startup, we have put in such money in most of our startups. There are formal angels, there are formal companies which put in angel fund. Then there is early stage seed funding, anything from say 10, 15 lakhs to about 2 crore rupees funds are available through government resource and also private sources, and scale up funding through accelerators. There are some government funding sources where they give idea to product funding also. We provide up to 10 lakh rupees such fund. So angels, VCs, private equities, these are called alternative investment funds. Know that other than banks, bank funding is costliest fund. Please tell your entrepreneur last funding resort should be bank. So go to these risk capitals first. They are alternative investment funds. They are operated by RBI under called NBFCs, non-banking financial companies, or under SEBI. They are registered under SEBI. Most of the VCs, private equities, and angel funds are registered under SEBI. So look for such investments available. So common facility center. These are common facility centers that we have created. Design and prototype lab that we have created at 5 centers. The co-working spaces, we are operating about 6 co-working spaces now. So such spaces are available wherever they are available. Please make use of those. Or it's not a rocket science. It's not very difficult to create within your own institution. What support you need to give? Of course, technical and domain experts we need to provide. Finance and business mentors need to have a lot of expertise in design. Most of the products created by our startups, they are not designed to use efficiently. They are not designed to make a good appeal. Product may be good, but look and feel is not good. Make use of designer. Design, I think every incubator must have a startup providing design services. Now, of course, IPR and patent experts, marketing and branding, identification of first customer is also very important. I think if I give a credit to success for our startup, that for by and large, for most of our startup, we identify first customer. That gives them a lot of confidence, lot of customer feedback, so they can reshape, redesign their product. Then they go for larger customer base. Of course, distribution and sales service network we need to provide. Very interesting data that you will find. Department of Science and Technology did a survey of their own incubator, which they funded during 2014 and 2019. 153 incubators they have DST has supported. There are 4,000 startups during that period. They supported 4,000 startups. 2,000 IPs were created. There were 133 acquisitions. In average, about 20.7 lakh seed fund was put into 366 startups through DST's Needy Seed program. Startups on their own raised 3.24 crore rupees average. So see, government has put in only 20.7 lakh, but startups raised average about 3.24 crore. And revenue generated by all these companies is 27,000 plus crore in 5 years. And cumulative valuation of these companies was almost 35,000 crore. And they provided almost 65,000, almost 66,000 direct employment. I think that's a fantastic achievement. So that's a potential of our youngsters. Once they're given opportunity, they can create fantastic startups. They can create wealth and contribute to the GDP. Not only, and they will create large number of job creators instead of job seekers. I think that was a great survey of Minister of Science and Technology. Within the state of Maharashtra, we, to my knowledge, there could be more, about 35 business incubators supported by various ministries, universities through supported by Maharashtra State Innovation Society. They are now coming up with they're coming up with incubators. There are dozens of co-working spaces in almost every city. Of course, some of the leading institutions are IIT Bombay, VJTI, BHAU, of course, BHAU Institute, IIT Bombay, I just mentioned, SIGN. Even ARAI is now promoting startups into automobile sector. In Pune, we have NCL Venture Center. DRDO is also funding startups in defense area. Surprisingly, even Krushi Vignan Kendras in the state of Maharashtra are also promoting startups. Some of the existing industry clusters within the state of Maharashtra, which are providing incubation support, are automotive automotive industries, especially in Nashik and Aurangabad. Then agriculture universities, horticulture department, sugar cooperative are promoting now startups, fisheries, especially in coastal Maharashtra, they are providing incubation support. There are incubators coming up for a tourism sector, logistics. We already have textile incubator in Italkanji. Of course, there are some coming up in Dhulia. We have fantastic fintech incubator set up by Bombay Stock Exchange in Bombay called Zone Startup. So these are some of the leading incubators we already have. I think let me stop here. We have another roughly 10 minutes if I have some queries to answer. Over to Dr. Madhuri.
Yes, sir. Sir, I liked your idea that the age between 60 to 70 is most fruitful or productive, you said. So that idea was really good.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry.
Ah, I said I liked your idea of working between the age of 60 and 70. That was, you said that is the most productive period of your life. So really a good idea to work between 60 and 70.
Yes, yes.
I would request participants if they want to say anything, they can raise their hand or write in the chat box.
So, Madhuri ma'am, are you able to hear us?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So,
Yes, sir.
so you like the idea, but as rightly defined by Dr. Jagdale sir, innovation is bringing ideas to life.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So if you like the idea of contributing from 60 to 70, you have to actually contribute. You have to bring it to life.
I think I'm doing it, sir, now also.
Yeah, you are doing it, but you will have to continue doing it. That is what I'm saying.
Same applies to you, sir.
Yeah. No, no. No, I was saying she liked the idea, so she has to bring it to life.
Sir, I have just completed 60. I thought by making this bold statement, I'm creating platform for myself.
Yeah. No, it is inspiring others also. Yes.
कोणाला करायचं?
Question.
Sir, there is a question. Jagdale sir,
Yes, yes.
there is a question. How can we promote innovation culture in Western Maharashtra by Harshavardhan Pandit?
I mean, what could be the better innovation ecosystem than Western Maharashtra? Most of the innovative reforms in industries, in cooperatives, all that happen in Western Maharashtra. And I don't know whether you belong to any academic institute or outside. And as I mentioned, innovation ecosystem can be promoted in any environment. It could be a small village. Go to the village developed by Pere Patil or go to any other developed village and see how innovation ecosystem they have created and transformed village upside down. They have created. So whether it's a small town or a big city, everywhere you have to see how best you can leverage the resources which are available locally, and then how you can connect yourself with resources in other cities like Pune, Mumbai, Nagpur, or in other cities within the state of Maharashtra and also in India. So we can create everywhere. And if you want to, I am from Western Maharashtra. I can give you a large number of suggestions. I just give one example because there's no time. We have created one company called Green Jewel. You know what we do? We use agriculture or rather food processing industry waste and convert that into diesel. This diesel is not biodiesel. This is a diesel as per diesel standard. You know that for a biodiesel we have separate standards, but for diesel we have separate standards. So this is a diesel as per diesel standard. And we are already manufacturing 1.5 lakh liters of diesel every month and we're selling it. But potential of this company is to produce 35 crore liters of diesel annually using raw material mostly available in Western Maharashtra. So that's the potential. So you can convert any agricultural waste into useful product. But I can give a number of examples where you can promote entrepreneurship in Western Maharashtra. Yeah. Any other question?
This is one more, Miss Prachi Vani. She is asking, sir, how many startups have succeeded?
How many starters?
How is the succession rate? We are talking about a great number, but how is the succession rate? How many of them are successful? That is what she wants to know, I think.
No, as I said, global average that you see, it's about, let's say, 17 to 18%. Startups succeed. But if you follow a stringent process of recruitment of startup, in recruitment in the sense, when you take startup as one of your portfolio startup within the incubator, if you work with the startup for nearly 6 months before you take them into your portfolio, and then decide whether you want to support further or we want to stop there. Otherwise, it will be waste of time. So if you follow that process as we are doing, then rate of success will be very high, almost up to 80%. Does that answer?
Miss Prachi, I think if you have any query, you can type in. Yes, sir. She says, thanks a lot.
Oh, thank you so much.
I think, is there anybody who wants to talk to sir?
Any support that you require, will be more than happy to support. If you want to set up any such a facility on your campuses, we'll be more than happy to support in whatever we can do. We'll do that. And sorry for rushing because too many things in such a short time. If something has gone overboard, it's my mistake, but I had to rush through.
No, 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 sir. It was a very good lecture for us, and we had good knowledge about it. But I would request you, sir, can you please share your slides with us? So
I
I'll
will, I will share that immediately to you.
yes, sir. Thank you. We will share those with the participants.
Please, please.
It will be helpful to them because there was a lot of information in the slides, and we can correlate your talk to the slide after reading the slides. So it
Okay.
will be really kind of you if you can send us the slides.
I have just mailed that to you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll share it with the participants. And now, I think that since there are no queries,
Yeah.
over to Adhav, sir. Sir, please be there.
Thank you, Rajendra, sir, for your wonderful session for explaining us the startup ecosystem around the globe and how to groom a startup to make it a successful venture. Also, thank you for explaining us the various training program available, funding sources available, and awards available for the startups. Thank you, sir. Thank you on the behalf of College of Engineering Pune.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ahuja, sir. Thank you, Madhuri, madam. It was my pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir, for your
Yes, sir,
enlightening
thank
talk,
you.
sir.
Thanks a lot for giving us
Thank
time.
you. Thank
Dear
you.
to the participant, we have shared one link on chat box where you have to no, you have to make your attendance. So please put your name in that on that link. We'll start our next session on by 10:45.
जागेवर आले ना कधीच आले. हो हो हो. मी त्यांचा फोनही लागत नाहीये, मी त्यांना फोन करते. ठीक आहे, बघते मी. हा हा हा. ते जागेवर मी मोबाईल लागत नाही.
I am okay. I think, can you hear me now? Yes. Thank you. Okay. So can everybody? Thanks.
Sir, we can hear you, but but the
Not yet.
yes, yes, we can hear you.
And can you also see me, or the video is also on, right?
Yes, yes, we can see you also.
Great. And then I'll share the presentation.
Yeah, but we'll start at after a few minutes. Oh, it is 10:45 already. Shall we start?
Yeah, it's all
Okay.
10:42, so there are about a couple of more minutes. So
Okay. Sir, we'll start after 3 minutes. It'll be better.
sure, sure. Yes. Do you want me to upload the presentation right away, or you want to take some time?
You can please share your screen and then you can start talking after your introduction.
Yes, yes, please. No problem. See, this is thing or not? Connecting to the screen. See my screen now?
Yes, we can. No, we have not yet seen your screen.
No, no,
You
not
can
yet.
you can share and then I think we'll be able to see.
I did share, and it has come share your screen, and I'm trying to say entire screen,
No, no.
and choose
If,
what you would
if
like
your
to share.
entire screen is occupied by your PPT, then you can say that. Otherwise, you share an application.
I don't know. It just seems to be, I'll just share again.
Share instead of screen, you can say application, and you can select your PowerPoint presentation.
Great, great. Yes. Probably now you may be able to see the screen.
Yes, it is coming. It has not yet come, but it is coming, I think. There is nothing on your screen.
On screen, what happened is I did a full screen for the
Yes.
presentation.
Now it is. We are in a position to see.
Okay, you're seeing
Yes.
the header slide and everything. Okay,
Yes.
and I'll just see if you can see the second slide as well.
Yes. Yes. We can see that. Sir, I will request
Okay.
you to mute yourself by the time we
Okay.
introduce you, and then even switch off your video. Please switch off your video also, sir.
Uh, Welcome back, participant. Good morning. So our next session is Finance for Startup by Dr. Shantanu Gokhale sir. Sir is experienced professional in Executive Education Ministry, working at Tata Management Training Center, that is TMTC Pune. Uh, uh, Sir has done PhD in finance and is program director for Tata Group Emerging Leaders Seminar, and also faculty of finance at Symbiosis International University. So welcome Shantanu sir on the behalf of College of Engineering Pune. Over to you, Shantanu sir.
Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Can you
Sir,
see the screen?
we can see your presentation, but I would request you to turn off your video if you have a low bandwidth and
Okay.
only present.
I have switched off the video. Are you seeing still me?
Yes, we can see you and we can see your presentation also.
Okay. Let me start right away. Since the presentation is there, I hope you can see it. Let me start. Everyone, ma'am, can you see me? See the presentation now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please start.
Start then right away. Uh, Sorry, but because this is an opportunity to interact with fellow teachers. Being a teacher myself, I'm always, it's such a pleasure and honor to be interacting with all of you as faculty members. And I'm from the same training center, that's about it. But many thanks to Professor Ahuja, Professor Karnik, and
Sir, your voice, we can't hear you. Sir, we can't hear you. Sir, you can please switch off your video. That will help. No, sir, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can't see your presentation. We are only seeing you.
in a slightly different framework. Okay, so that's the whole idea behind, and it builds up on on this theme of startups, innovation, creativity, because things we know, it's a question of how we put it in a different light. So going from there, let me start with some very basic concepts, and then I'll build on to how do you do finance for startups, what are the issues involved, and what are the fears and things like that, and why I'll discuss why debt for startups is considered to be a deadly way of financing them. That will be the last part of it. That's why I'm saying that it may end up being slightly longer. I might eat into your lunch time, if not your lunch. Okay, so let me start with some basics. What is financial management in the first place? So financial management in very simple words means managing money. Okay, and if I have to put it in fancy language, some MBA-ish language, then I say it's an art and science of managing money. Okay, why art? Because fair amount of creativity is involved. Okay, just as engineering known for creativity, same thing, finance can at times be creative. I've heard about Wall Street about some deadly instruments where the creativity took a completely wrong. Different people can think of money differently, different outcomes. At the same time, it is also a systematic way of doing it through observation, through experiments, and based on good ground rules of mathematics as well. So that is in a jiffy or in a nutshell what is the financial management. Okay. Now let me get into what do you do, because the management is very broad. Okay, we talk about money, we talk about funds. Okay, so that's one part of it. The other thing, for any business that you need, if you think about it, a business needs two things. Okay, startup or anything, does not matter. A business needs two things. One is money or funds or finances, whatever you want to call it. Another good word for it is capital. You need capital. The other thing you need is infrastructure, factories, technology, raw material, IPR, and above all that, of course, is the idea. Without that idea, we cannot go anywhere. So there are these two fundamental things, basic things that we need, which we can bucket it under. Okay. And when we say money, we talk about raising money. And when we talk about infrastructure, factories, and all that, we talk about utilizing money. So when we say raising money, okay, what do we do in finance? If you ask me, two. One is raise money, the other one is utilize money. Of course, like any other person, you want to raise money at the lowest possible cost. And when it comes to utilizing money, you want to utilize money at the low, in a way that it will give you the best possible outcome. That's our way. We think ideally. Everything starts with ideal conditions. Then we, of course, relax. So these are the two major activities or two major decisions that anyone will be doing under financial management: raising money and utilizing money. Now, raising money, you want to do it at the lowest possible cost. Utilizing money in a way that it generates more return or more money over time. What do you call this? One is called as the financing decision, and the other one is investing. See, think about it. Financing, where do I get the money from? How do I finance this venture? How do I finance this startup? How do I finance this idea? Means, in other words, where do I get the capital? Where do I get the money to make this idea true? And the next thing is, how do I utilize it? That is the investing part of it, you know. And we say this, and what is investment? It's going shopping and spending money. But when you invest in anything, an idea, in equipment, the whole idea is that it should generate some kind of returns, typically over a period of time. Now, for any business, there are three tools for controlling and monitoring. I'm making an assumption that many of you may not have MBAs or things like that, or you may have forgotten quite a few things. So based on that, I'm starting with this basic priming up. So let me use an engineering term. For pumps, always need to be primed up a little bit before you can actually use them to their fullest capacity. So here, that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, so three tools for controlling and monitoring of any business. Okay, and those three tools we are all aware. One is the profit and loss statement, the other one cash flow statement, and the third one is a balance sheet. Okay, so I'm trying to build up, and we'll go to the startup scenario later. So all three statements are required to run and understand a business, and it does not matter whether it's a big business, okay, whether it's a Google or an Apple or a Tata Steel or a Tata Motors, does not matter. You need all these, and whether it's the smallest incubation idea which is being what you can say incubated, still at some point you are going to take stock of the situation and you need to monitor what's happening. So you need all three statements. All three statements are useful, but they have their own limitations. Okay? So I'll just briefly go over a profit and loss statement. Profit and loss, no big deal. It is nothing but a statement related to income minus expenses. Income minus expenses will lead to either profit or loss, plain and simple. Okay, expenses exceed income, is loss. We know that since maybe grade 3 or grade 4. Only thing is, income typically from only one source, that is from sales. Typically, there can be other income and all. That's not the main thing. And then expenses, we bucket them under different headings for the plain simple reason of understanding where our expenses are going. So from an academic point of view, we typically bucket them as cost of goods sold, selling general, admin expenses, depreciation, amortization, interest, and then tax. And then, of course, earnings after tax, profit after tax, all mean one and the same: net profit, net income, and fancy language you use, then you say it's the top line. Sales is simple sales, you use fancy word, that's top line. Doesn't matter. And all these earnings after tax, these are what we call measures of profit. So while monitoring a business, you will have different measures of profit. So these are like you're monitoring the flow in a pipeline. You know, you kind of flow meters at different locations to figure out where the leakages are, and then you can focus on that particular section of the pipeline so that you can plug it in, or you know this is the section where I need to be careful about. And so we have these different measures of profit, what we call as gross profit, EBITDA, which is earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization, operating profit or EBIT, and then earnings before tax, and then earnings after tax. Okay, so these are the basic things. Now, of course, profit and loss statement, it is an indicator of operating results, operating efficiency. So therefore, it has its limitations, and those limitations are put in here. For instance, the sales will include credit sales, cash sales, money is yet to be collected, yet you will count it as sale. Why? Because there are some standards, just like we have engineering standards, you have some accounting standards. So as per standards, you can, even if you have not delivered service but you have not collected the money, you can count it as a sale, no problem, because the expectation is money will come in at a later date, but we can count it. But the limitation is that it does not tell you how much actual cash has come in or how much cash has gone out. You have paid advance to someone, it will not get captured in income and expenses because the expense may not have occurred although the cash has gone out. So that's a limitation of a profit and loss statement. Therefore, to overcome that limitation, we have what is called as a cash flow statement. And the cash flow statement is actually a statement which overcomes that limitation of a profit and loss statement, which will monitor basically cash coming in and cash going out. So it just like agnostic, like with blinkers, just looks at whether cash is coming in or cash is going out. It does not look at it whether you have earned it or not earned it, you have taken an advance, absolutely not. So if I have to use a Marathi term or a Hindi or a Gujarati term, the typical word is we are talking only of plain pure rokda, okay, whether the money is coming in or the money is going out. Okay, we're not looking at whether you have actually earned it or not. When do you earn it? When you actually deliver a product or a service, then we say a sale has occurred, and then we say we can count it as a revenue, or then we can earn it. So that's basic. And the third statement is what we call as a balance sheet. Now, why does a business need balance sheet? Or rather, let me first tell as to what is a balance sheet. A balance sheet is actually nothing but a list of assets. And when I say the list of assets, okay, the whole question comes in. Often people ask, why? Why do you need these assets? I mean, why are you concerned with it? Because A, on one hand, you have the assets, and on the other hand, you have a statement telling you how assets have been financed. And whether it is owner's equity, means whether the owners have invested money in it, or you have taken a loan, which is typically referred to as liabilities. So what is the statement? It is assets on one hand, and the other hand, it is how those assets have been financed. Assets represent the investing side. What have you invested in? Why? Because those assets are going to generate product, which is going to lead to sales, which is going to lead to profits. Okay. Then the next question is, where did you get the money to buy these assets from? I, as an owner, may have invested it, or some other bunch of owners invested in it, or part of it may have come through loans. So that's basic. The question is, why do we need those assets, or why do we need a balance sheet? Because the reality is, if in a business and generates money, actual truth is, it is utilization of assets. Without assets, a business will not be able to generate anything. Okay, then it's a different question whether those are tangible assets or intangible assets, whether they are know-how, patents, and things like that. Those are what we call as intangible assets. Or you can have land, machinery, building, the real assets. Okay, but irrespective, the fact remains, for any business, practically, usually, generally, mostly, a business generates by utilization of assets. The objective of a business is to generate money. Therefore, it's very important to know what assets are. And because it's important to know what those assets are, we also want to know how they are financed. Because if a large part of it was taken through loans, then that makes the business risky, because sometimes you can have sales fluctuations and then that interest can come and really catch you by the neck. Therefore, we are interested in knowing how that business has been financed. That's the very basic, and it's always like a snapshot, because a balance sheet is like a list of assets So any list is valid only at a particular point of time. Therefore, it's always as at that's what we call the investing side. And on the other hand, you have owner's equity and liabilities, which represents the financing side. So here we are looking at these two things. Now, what are we going to look at in our session today? We will be looking at this side, which is the financing side. How are startups getting that money? Whether it is from owners, means are the people investors? How are they putting in money in these businesses? Are they investing money as owners, or are they investing money as loans? Are we okay up to this point? If anyone can tell me, are you seeing the slides, everybody?
Yes, sir, we are able to see your slides.
Oh, thanks. Okay. Now, let me tell you, get to this point. So we started, we said, how are the assets financed? From the financing side, that is from either owners or from loans. So let's go step by step. Why is this money required to do any business? We all know that. Okay, it's like fuel for an engine. Okay, you need fuel to start the engine. You need to run it efficiently, and then if you want to accelerate, again you need that fuel. So money is required for all these things to start, whether you are at the stage of idea generation, putting it together, then getting a proof of concept ready. If you are going to get into the stage of manufacturing or expanding the business, getting the raw material, getting some office space, you need money for everything, whether they are long-term assets, okay, which could be intangible or tangible, and long-term assets, intangible means land machinery building, tangible means land machinery building, intangible means your design know-hows, your patents, your ideas, and all that. Those are your intangibles. And short-term assets, typically your raw material and working capital, some cash you need. And then you also need money. Business idea seems to be successful in the market, then you want it to be scaled up, take it to bigger, you want to increase its reach. So again, to increase the reach, again for scaling purpose, you need money. Okay, so I'll just briefly, Professor Jagdale talked about it, but briefly will talk about this. What are startups? It's a young company, okay, and typically new company founded by one or many entrepreneurs to develop a unique product. So it's that uniqueness which is very important, which is going to help you survive. Okay, so the product or service may be offered, may not be offered. Okay, but you can get in a way, or in the current market, it may be offered in an inferior way, so you are going to offer it in a superior way. That's the whole idea behind it. Okay, and typically because it's a new idea and there are not too many converts for the idea, it will always be short on money, string. Okay, and typically what we have observed is initial funding is from the founders or the friend. Start a business tomorrow, it will be a young company, and then who will put in the money? Who is going to trust me? Who is going to believe me? The best person to believe me, and you know the story of Murthy when he started Infosys. Okay, who was going to believe Murthy in 1978 or whatever, whenever they started it? In fact, they started it in Pune, incidentally. So it was himself, and then later Sudhamurthy is the one who even gave part of her jewelry to finance the business. So it's the friends and family who will finance the business, and typically in the form of equity. Means they want to be owners of the business. Okay, and I'll elaborate at a later stage why is this preferred in the form of equity. Okay, because for a variety of reasons. Okay, so let me again go back. Typical startups, where is the money coming from? Money invested, equity is one way, and that is money invested by owners in the business. And it's also called as, otherwise what we refer to as shareholders funds. Okay, if you have already incorporated the company, registered it with the register of companies, then of course, yes, you will call it as shareholders funds. Otherwise it could be a partnership, but still it is your ownership stake in it. Then the other is the liabilities, means money owed by a business to lenders. typically, or to suppliers at time when you take money, take goods from them on credit. Now, the typical example is loans which you have taken. And then sometimes, especially these days, with the great impetus which Dr. Jagdale was talking about from governments, okay, governments want to give a great impetus to businesses to start new and to what you can spawn new ideas and things like that. So therefore, there can be certain government grants and which is a monetary support with a very specific purpose. Okay. Here, I'm purposely getting to a so that things get clear as to why startups prefer equity finance. Therefore, I'm getting into a very fundamental between investment made by owners and investment made by lenders. Okay, the investment made by owners is different and the investment made by lenders is different. Both are investors. Keep in mind, both are investors. Okay, but nevertheless, there is a difference between what we call as the investment made by owners and the investment made by what we call as lenders. There is a difference. Okay, and let me talk about what is that difference. Okay, let us talk about that basic fundamental difference between what we call as owners and between what we call as lenders. A big fundamental difference. Okay, so I'll write here owners and lenders. Any investment, keep in mind, any investment which we make, any investment, and see the concept remains the same, whether it's some big huge business that you are thinking of, like a Reliance Jio, or it may be a small idea which you are trying to create and which you are trying to spawn on. Okay, doesn't matter. The concept remains always the same. Okay, and what's the concept in this case? Okay, what you are trying to look for is whenever anybody makes any investment, what is the typical basis? On the basis of what do you make that kind of investment? So typically, if you ask me, the basis for making any investment typically is are two factors or two criteria. One is return and the other factor is risk. Now, if you look at owners, the return which owners get is typically profit or loss, and the return which lenders get is interest. Okay, so owners get profit and loss, lenders get what we call as interest. So going by that, okay, lenders get what we call as interest and return is profit and loss. And we know interest typically, I give you a loan, I charge you some rate of interest, okay, and that interest could be anything. Okay? Let's say 10%. For the sake of convenience, I'll say 10%. But then whether my business does very well or it does too badly, I'm only going to get 10%. Okay. However, compare that with I have invested money in a business as an owner. And when I invest money in a business as an owner, then I'm entitled to either the profit, and which can be sky high at times, or I have to suffer what we call as the loss. Okay, either thing is possible. And you can see right there, profit can be very high, loss also can be deadly, whereas interest is going to be the same amount. Okay, it's not going to change whether the business does well or does not do too well. And that's where I'd like to give you an example from cricket. If you think about it, consider two cricketers. Okay, excuse me for bringing in slightly old cricketers. The younger ones, somehow after Sachin Tendulkar, I never could align myself with cricket team too much. Okay, I don't know why. I just lost interest in the game. But nevertheless, if you look at these two cricketers, one is Rahul Dravid, and the other one, have a look at someone like a Virendra Sehwag or a Shahid Afridi. Okay, if you look at these two players, Shahid Afridi and Rahul, very contrasting styles of the game. Okay, anytime you game, and if Shahid Afridi came to bat, automatically said, oh my God, this guy plays risky shots. Okay. And when Rahul Dravid came, we said, oh, this is the wall of Indian cricket. He plays the safest of safe shots. We automatically said that. Okay. Nobody had to prompt us. Okay. We didn't know anything about it, but we know how they play. And if you analyze, if you think about how does Afridi play? When Afridi hits the ball, there are two extreme outcomes that are possible. One, the ball will go completely out of the out of the venue. He hits the ball for a 6, means the best outcome you can in cricket. Outcome is he gets stumped, hit wicket, or caught somewhere near the boundary. Typical outcome means he's subjected to two extreme outcomes. Either 6 runs, the best you get in cricket, or the worst you get in cricket is completely out. Okay, and the probability of either of the two outcomes is very high. That range, if I have to use a statistical term, that range is very wide. Okay, compare that with typically, he also hit the ball for a 6. He also used to get out. But typically, in terms of probability, normally when he hits the ball, it used to be 2 runs or played but 0 runs. Means the variation in outcomes was very less. Range was less. And range, another measure of capturing variation is standard deviation. So the standard deviation for a Shahid Afridi was very high, and the standard deviation for a Rahul Dravid was much less. And that standard deviation is nothing but variation, is nothing but a measure of risk. Okay. So wherever there is high variation in outcomes, it is high risk. Wherever there is a low variation in outcomes, it is low risk. Word risk, the best place I have come across this is in the Chinese language has captured the word risk very well. Okay, the Chinese language being a language of symbols, one symbol stands for opportunity. That's the best thing that can happen on one side. And the other thing that is there on the other side is danger. Or as we say in finance, a very cliched statement, greed and fear govern. Two emotions that govern the world of finance. One is greed and the other one is fear. Those are too extreme. I think danger and opportunity capture risk very well. What we call zokhim in Urdu or Hindi. Okay, because things go well, nothing like it. But if things go bad, too bad. And if you see, owners are the people who are subject to the highest possible variation in outcomes. In other words, they are taking highest risk. Compared to that lenders, the risk is low. So this is what we refer to as a very basic, fundamental, what you can say, difference between owners and lenders. And of course, investment made by owners is permanent. Lenders, they give their money for a period of time. It's considered to be temporary. So after, even if I give you a 10-year loan, after 10 years, I'm going to take that money. Okay, so that's one very fundamental difference between what we say owners and lenders. And that is related to another statement which you will often hear. You'll hear that debt is considered to be a cheaper form of capital. Okay, and that's why people want to go for debt. But nevertheless, okay, equity is considered to be an expensive form of capital. Okay, so let me expand on that a little bit. Okay, see, think about it. I'm a businessman. I have good lot of money. I'm investing in some startup idea. Now I have a choice. I could have given it a loan, and I could have got some 10, 12, 14% return interest, irrespective of how the startup does. On the contrary, if the startup wants my money as equity, means they're ready to make me part owner in the business, okay, I would prefer that, because then there is no sword hanging on their heads that this fellow is going to demand the interest immediately, and then the money has to be returned in some period of time and things like that. Therefore, they may want it in equity. But the fact remains, for me to part with my money, okay, for me to part with my money, it's not going to be an easy sell, because unless that startup can promise me, assure me, promise means it can show me prospects which are good, which are so lucrative, okay, that I can expect a far higher return than what I would get if I give it to them as a loan, only then I will part with my money in the form of being part owner in the business. And what is return for me is nothing but cost for the company. Same thing, the way we work in an office, okay? I get a salary. Salary is my return for doing some work. But for the company which is paying me salary, it is cost to the company. So if I get a paid high salary, then automatically the cost to the company will also be higher. So if I expect a high return, then the cost of equity will also be higher than the cost of debt. So debt is a cheaper source of capital, but nevertheless, startups typically prefer this expensive form of capital, that is equity, and we'll come to that as to why. Are we okay up to this point? Okay, good.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Now, yes, okay. Now, what I'll discuss is a little bit about what are the different stages of startups and sources of funding. In fact, this is, I've taken this, it's there. There is a HBR on this, but I prefer to take this one from the government startupindia.government site, and it captures what I want to. That's this graph, okay, as to how, what is the different sources of funding and stages in a startup. So you start with initial stage, that is the seed fund stage, a very initial time, you know, in initial, that idea is just coming to some start and things like that. And at that particular point of time, you have not even actually developed the proof of concept or the actual prototype or anything of that kind. So the question of sales is not even there. So there are only expenses happening during this period of time. Okay, the only expenses happening during this period of time, and you'll see during this stage it is going down. The graph is taking line below the x-axis. It's going, okay, in terms of time, and that stage can be there for quite some time. Okay, very difficult to say how much time, because different businesses, different ideas will take different amounts of time. And then some people start believing in it, you know, and then they feel, okay, let me try out. And that is what we call as the seed stage, where the angels come in. Means they are in a way nice people who believe that, yes, let me give this fellow a try. And typically most of them will be friends, family, who have seen some spark in that startup entrepreneur and things like that. And then you start trying the proof of concept. The proof of concept seems to be working and all that. And then you will see we come to what we call as the early stage. So this is where you will start seeing some kind of venture capital funds actually trying to make an investment. They can see some potential in that idea. And then, of course, as you start expanding and you start going to the market and things like that, you start testing a few markets, you start seeing the response from the market, then, of course, and it's actually happening, then you'll start bigger venture capital funds, then some private equity funds and things like that will soon start investing in it. You may also get what we call as acquisition offers from big companies, okay? Often happens with these pharmaceutical firms. It's always a small firm which starts developing a molecule, and then at some stage, some big shot company, multinational pharmaceutical firm like Pfizer or an AstraZeneca will come in and just buy out, because they cannot think of their corporate structure and all that. Typically won't allow people to think of new ideas and things like that. So there's a startup, what you can say, ecosystem, which leads to these new ideas, and then the big firms may gobble it up, or the companies may go on and then they may do what we call as an IPO, and then yes, then you have arrived. So that is more or less what we call the stages of a startup and how they end up becoming businesses who become noteworthy. And then, of course, during this stage, between what we say seed stage to early stage, majority during that period when you're not generating revenue, lot of them perish also. The fact remains, many perish, okay? And then there are small guys who come up for a while in the small early stage, but somewhere either due to lack of funds or the idea not being powerful enough and things like that, those businesses shut down at some stage. And we have seen this, okay? You have seen some kind of companies which have come up. Maybe the idea is often not even powerful enough. It's not unique enough. I remember there were different startups which we had in India also, doodhwala.com and whatnot, and they did not really go in. Okay, in comparison to that, I'm purposely taking examples which are not necessarily from the top line, what you can say, technology space. For example, you might have heard of a company called as Chumbak. Okay, what they are doing is what lifestyle goods, some keychains, some covers for your mobile and things like that, but very unique in design, things like that. That's also a typical startup. It need not be a what you say internet portal and things like that. Yeah, and then otherwise also you can think of startups like a boat. Aman Gupta started this, and it has picked up. And to take that leap to get into consumer electronics and fighting with Samsungs of this world, not easy. But they have all gone somewhere, and now they are in that large VC stage where they are getting, you can say, money, okay, to expand the business, and enough converts who now start believing in that idea. Okay, so I'll just briefly talk now. At this stage, I'll start talking about what we can say the financing requirements, how it goes through these different stages. Okay, so in the ideation stage or the pre-stage requirements, it's typically self-financing. The person is doing this by himself, okay, or friends and family. Okay, and there is a fair degree of trust between the entrepreneur and the investors, because you know them intimately or closely. Could be your own wife, could be your parents, or could be an aunt, uncle, someone who knows you very well, and they believe that you have the spark, or the person has that, and they also want the person to succeed. Okay, if I'll give you an example of Persistent for that matter. It started in the early 90s as a company, and Dr. Anand Deshpande actually was in the US completing his PhD, and he heard about this STPI, Software Technology Park, being set up in Pune. So he told his dad that why don't you make an application? We'll start this. And today we know that it is Persistent is somewhere way beyond stage. IPO was done almost 10 years back. Okay, so we have these stories where you will see that it's the pre-seed stage, and then at that point it has captured. Then comes what we call as the validation stage or the seed stage. This is when you actually get the prototype ready. Okay, and you want to validate the market demand. Okay, and what we call as conducting a proof of concept. Okay, and then if the proof of concept is ready, you actually have something which shows, which makes people believe that yes, this idea which you have been talking, it's not words, but it's actual reality. Then you might get into what we call as a market launch. So what are the different things available? I think Dr. Jagdai also referred to some, but I'll just briefly go through them. One is in the government space, there are things like incubators where they assist people with a building or with an office setup and things like that. So some minor irritants like admin and what you can say utilities and all that, where otherwise you will spend a fair amount of mind space. Okay, is automatically taken care of. Okay, so you can concentrate on your own idea. Okay, and at this stage it's possible that the government may give you some grants, and some debt or equity investments are possible. Then you have government loan schemes which are also there. Some things you can see the internet, there is enough information on it. And then you have a bunch of what we call as angel investors who are ready to take an equity stake in the potential startup but are not very demanding. I would say this is just one step above your friend's direct immediate friend and family circle. It's the slightly wider circle, but still they are not that demanding when it comes to monitoring your performance and things like that. Let's put it this way, they have enough patience to let the idea grow. Okay, and then there is another way at this stage some people do this is by crowdfunding. Again, it is an equity, means you're giving part ownership to the business. You're raising money from several people, and each one contributes a small amount. These days you get it done through what you call as online platform. The next stage is what we call early traction stage or a Series A stage and things like that. This is where you start seeing venture capital funds coming in, okay? And then they start managing the show to some extent, monitoring performance. What is the revenue? What is the revenue growth? How many markets are you actually tapping at this stage? What are the potential markets you can? And they start getting into a little bit of what you may say interference in the way you are running the show, or a nice word for it is they do get into what we call as mentorship, okay, of their investees, okay, startups. Then there is a possibility that at this stage, because you are in the stage of market launch, okay, then bankers at this stage may be ready. See, because bankers are typically conservative people. Their biggest fear is, what if I give this fellow money and if he does not return it or she does not return it? So when they start seeing, yes, there is what you can say base, there are some people who are paying and things like that, then the banker might open their purse strings and give you a little bit of loan. And so you can see venture debt funds also and venture equity funds also. And then over a period of time, Reserve Bank of India also realized that one of the biggest problems, not just with startups, but with any you may call as medium, small, micro enterprises is receivables. Okay, they sell goods to the customers. Okay, and especially to B2B, this happens more so in B2B businesses. You sell it to the customer businesses, OEMs, and the OEMs typically take their own sweet time simply because of the financial muscle they have. They take their own sweet time when it comes to making payments. So reality of businesses, you have to sell your goods on credit, but unfortunately the other party may take its own sweet time to make you payments. So in such a case, there are certain facilities like NETs, which has now come in thanks to RBI initiatives, that they give you some kind of finance for the receivables which you are going to take, what is typically referred to as bill discounting. So that is now coming up more, being given a lot of what you can say encouragement. Okay, then you come to the stage where you close to being what you can say achieving market growth, expanding job, increasing what we say. So that's when you will see venture capital funds coming in, putting in their mandates, okay, and they then start actually guiding you as to how you can achieve significant market share. Then you have, of course, the next is the private equity funds. Typically, private equity funds in big businesses will be already there. Okay? They're all, but there are instances where they do take up what you can say stakes in late stage or what you call startups who are in that stage where now the fear of it going bust is relatively less, or the idea getting accepted is far more. And then of course the next stage is of course an IPO, which refers to the you actually your stock gets listed on the stock exchange, and it starts getting traded on the stock exchange. So you actually sell some shares on the stock exchange, or the promoters sell their stake on the stock exchange, and the cells and the shares actually start getting traded on the stock exchange. So this is also called as a stage of unlocking value, because all those early, whenever your parents, grandparents, aunt, auntie, uncle, whoever had invested, all these years money is blocked. They really cannot do much about it. Getting another investor to buy that stake is always easy. Once you do it, your shares start getting traded on the stock, liquidity and that ease of buying and selling happens, and that's where they can sell part of their what you can say holding, and then they can become whatever, buy their next BMW, whatever you say. Okay, so that's where we say that yes, now the startup has kind of arrived and it's out there. Okay. At this stage, okay, let me tell you one thing. Okay, I think we have many participants, so really we cannot make this interactive too much. But let me put it this way. Okay, majority of the investment typically at this stage, okay, up to this point, okay, always is majority of the time it is in terms of equity, okay, where the investment is being made, as money I'm giving, but I'm taking part ownership in the business. The money is rarely at this stage raised in the form of debt. You have seen, I explained a few things as, but still relatively. The reason is simple. If you think about it, debt means it's a fixed cost, which I'll discuss later, but that means you have to pay the interest. Whereas equity means you don't have. But the fact remains, equity is, as I mentioned previously, it's an expensive source of capital, but you get some relief because there is no sword hanging on your head, no Damocles sword hanging on your head saying that tomorrow the interest payments are due, you have to get the money, beg, borrow, steal. That does not happen in equity. But then equity is subjected to high risk, therefore expected return is high, and therefore cost of equity is also higher. Okay, now let me discuss as to why and what are the danger part of why are these startups typically funded with equity. Okay, what is the fun for the equity investor and what is the fear for the startup entrepreneur in taking what we can say debt funds? Because once you sell your shares or part ownership in your business to venture capital funds, to other investors, the fact remains you are diluting your stake. Okay, and in spite of diluting your stake, why is it still a privilege? Because when you dilute, you give up on part ownership. In spite of that, why is it a preferred form? Okay, let me talk about it a little bit. I'll discuss that. Okay, and why is debt that way a dangerous thing? So let debt be done by the big shots. Okay, that's the whole idea. Let the big businesses manage it because they have the financial muscle. The small will not have the financial muscle. I'll put it in a conceptual way as to what is the issue. All right. So the issue is related to a very much abused word called as leverage. Okay. Everybody uses this buzzword, they throw it around. But let me talk about this word leverage, okay, a little bit, okay. And the word comes, it has some engineering connotation to it. It comes from the lever principle in physics, okay. The plain simple lever that you know from your 7th, 8th standard physics, okay. And what is the idea behind the principle leverage or lever principle? It's the idea of magnification of outcomes. Okay, and that magnification of outcomes is what we call as leverage. Okay, then there are fancy words: financial leverage, financial gearing, trading on equity. But let's not get into that. Okay, but one of the best points about the lever principle is by Archimedes. And since all of you are engineers in this faculty development workshop, I think you can appreciate this statement by Archimedes. You know, and it's not Eureka. We all know about Eureka and he jumping out of the bathtub and whatnot. Forget about that. But what I really like, I mean, that is a good, nice story to visualize as how he is jumping out of the bathtub. Forget about that. But if you really look at this thing, okay, this is an example of a lever and what Archimedes said. Give me a lever long enough and a pivot strong enough, and I will move the earth. And this is the picture that typically you will see, okay? A lever long enough and a pivot strong enough. And that is exactly what is happening when we start talking about leverage, okay? I have very little money of my own, okay? Means what? As a person who is trying to move a boulder, typically, if you remember in your 8th standard when we learned lever principle, they showed you a big boulder, and then you take a crowbar, put the crowbar another little stone below that, and then you pushed it, and then you were able to move a stone or a boulder of much higher magnitude. Okay, probably the boulder was worth weight wise 200 kg or something like that. The maximum force I can apply will be my weight, 60, 70 kg. That's it maximum. Okay, 80 kgf. But I'll be able to move something of far higher magnitude. And the reason is because I take some external help. And in this case, in this picture, we are taking the external help of a crowbar. Agreed? So the same principle is applied to finance. My weight or the force that I apply is equity, and external help, that is the crowbar, is the debt that I'm taking. Okay, so if I take a big enough debt and very little money of my own, I will be able to build a project or buy a company of a much higher magnitude. Okay, and that's what we call as the principle of leverage. Okay, and that you learned in physics F1R1 greater than, even in the dynamics portion of your applied mechanics class, that how F1 and R1 should be greater than F2 R2 and whatnot, that part. Okay, so before I get into the details related to classification of leverage and how deadly it can be, and that's why it is not a preferred form of financing, let me build up a little bit on the cost portion. Okay, costs are classified in various ways. One I showed you: cost of goods sold, selling general admin expenses, depreciation and amortization, and interest. Okay, out of that, I can further classify them as operating costs, the first three ones, and interest being a financial cost. Because whether you take a loan or not, okay, that will determine whether you have interest. But the business will always have cost of goods sold, some admin expenses, and if you have equipment and things like that, or tangible, intangible assets, you will have what we call as depreciation and amortization expenses. That is one way of classifying costs. Another way of classifying costs is what we call as direct costs and indirect costs. So, you know, if you have done any costing class, what goes directly in making a product costs, all the associated costs, indirect costs. And another way of doing it is what we refer to as fixed costs and variable costs. Okay, so we're talking about what? Fixed costs and variable costs. So now I will use this fixed costs and variable costs to discuss this a little further. So let me talk about what are fixed costs. They are expenses that remain constant for a period of time, irrespective of how much you produce. For instance, rent, salaries, loan payments, these are all fixed costs. Whether I produce means Q, if I take the quantity being produced, my Q can be 10 units, my Q can be 50 units, my Q can be 100 units. The rent I have to pay. Even if it is zero and if it is a pandemic like situation, COVID, and what is it, shutdown or whatever it was, lockdown, and nobody is allowed to step out, you still had to pay rent. So then it is what we call as a fixed cost. Okay, and the variable costs are expenses that will change according to the level of production. Okay, activity level. Okay, and typically material expenses. I need more material when I produce more units. I'll need less material when I produce less. Okay, so let me put it this way. Okay, so see, keep in mind when I say variable cost, it is the variable cost means cost per unit may remain the same, but cost per unit multiplied by number of units, that is Q. That Q may go up or the Q may go down. Irrespective of that, depending on that, the total cost related to material will increase or decrease. Therefore, we call it as a variable cost. Okay, it is still the variable cost on a per unit, means whatever steel, if I buy it per kilo, whatever is the rate, that is the rate. Okay, but I end up buying more steel or I end up buying less steel. That is what we call variable cost. Okay, now to further understand and expand on this, I'll give you an example. Consider a company with two different capital structure. Means think of a startup or a startup which is now in early stages, and you are thinking of how to finance this startup. Okay, so capital required, I'm taking a simple example, 10,000. Okay, because big numbers confuse people more. So capital required is 10,000. Now, how can I raise that 10,000 rupees? One way is 100% equity. Means I issue 1,000 shares of face value 10 rupees each and I raise 10,000 rupees. The other way I can do is, as capital structure B, is I take a huge loan. I'm purposely exaggerating it. I'm taking extreme examples, okay? Because extremes make it easy to understand. So that's why I'm taking an extreme example. The other extreme is, instead of 100% equity, I'm taking a large proportion as debt, 80% debt and 20% equity. Means the owner is only putting 20 rupees and he is getting 80 rupees in the form of loan. So it's a classic case of leverage. Okay, this capital structure B is a classic case of leverage, and you've taken a loan of 8,000 rupees at 10% interest rate, and then issued some shares worth about 2,000 rupees. So this is what we are looking at, and we are looking at the impact of having these two different capital structures. Okay, so don't worry, I'll be finishing most likely on time. Doesn't matter. So say total cost, will take some numbers, 50% sales price, and fixed cost is equal to, let's say, some number, 1,500 rupees. Okay, just take a number. Okay, so this is a business. It is started with a capital of 10,000 rupees on one side. One way of financing 10,000 rupees of assets is 100% equity, so 10,000 rupees owner's money. Or the thing is, on one hand, you have 10,000 rupees of asset. Where did the money come in to buy those 10,000 rupees of assets? 8,000 rupees of loan, 2,000 equity. So let's get into actual operations. So the variable cost is 50% of sales price. So if sales price is 10 rupees, the variable cost is 5 rupees. And what's the fixed cost? Fixed cost is equal to 1,500. Okay, and let's take the reality of life, death and taxes. Okay, both are real. You can never escape them. Okay, so tax rate is equal to how much? 20%. Okay, so case A is a case of no debt, and case B is a case of 80% debt and 20% equity. Okay, so let's understand this carefully. Okay, I'll write this in the form of a profit and loss statement. What is it? Sales minus variable cost minus fixed cost is equal to earnings before interest and tax. Minus interest is earnings before tax, then tax of 20%. That will give you earnings after tax or net profit. Okay, divided by the number of shares, and you will get what we call as earnings per share. You're trying to figure out how much is the owner making on a per share basis. That is what we earnings per share. So let's understand this. Okay, and we do have good 15 minutes to discuss this. Good, excellent. Okay, so let's say sales is equal to 5,000. Okay, and the variable cost we mentioned is equal to 50%. So the variable cost will be minus 2,500. My apology, in the right hand side I've written is equal to, it should be minus. And then my fixed cost again should be 1,500, which will lead to my earnings before interest and tax equal to 1,000. Just ignore those equal to signs. One is for 1,500 and the other one is for 2,500. Those are negative signs, actually, something I missed out. Okay, so sales is 5,000 and I get an operating profit of 1,000. My variable cost is 2,500 and my fixed cost is 1,500. So up to operations, when machines give output irrespective of how the machine was financed. Okay, my car gives me the same average whether I took it on a loan or whether I bought the car through my own money. Okay, so that is operations. It is agnostic of how it was financed. Okay, machine gives you the same output irrespective of how it was financed. But where does it matter how it was financed? Comes to the next line. Okay, that next line is interest. Okay, where there is no debt, interest will be 0. Where there is a high debt, you're seeing interest is 800. So earnings before tax will be 200 or 1,000. Then I charge tax. Tax is typically a percentage. So let's say 20%. So 20% of 240, 20% of 1,000, 800. Earnings after tax is equal to 160. And in this case, divided by the number of shares, and 1,000 and 200 in either case, and you will see the earnings per share comes out to be the same, 0.8. So like a typical teacher, I have actually ensured this, okay, that you will come to a case which is a case of what we call as being indifferent. So in this case, right now, at this stage, I am indifferent to whether I have taken a loan of 80% or whether I am financing completely, as in case A, as 100% equity. Okay. So I built it this way for you to understand it carefully. Okay, this is the base case. Now what we'll do is, any business, whether startup or any business, okay, is always subjected to fluctuations in sales. Okay, because markets are markets. We can never predict markets. Markets sometimes go crazy and buy your product, and suddenly if there is and these days more so because of globalized markets, someone sneezes in China, the whole world catches a cold. Okay, so sales can go up or sales can go down. Okay, so let me put a case where sales have increased by 5% compared to base case. So an increase of 5,000 will be 5250. The math is there, 2625. You will see EBIT 1125. Up to that point, same. Again, the difference comes now with interest 800 and 0. You'll see earnings before tax is 1125. Tax, apply some tax, and then you will see an earnings after tax for no debt case 900. And for the debt case, the earnings after tax obviously is going to be less, 260. Why? Because you paid so much interest. But see the fun now. Now, when you divide it by the number of shares, see the impact on earnings per share. In the debt case, the earnings per share, 260 divided by 200 is coming out to be 1.3. In the no debt case, means 100% equity case, the earnings per share is coming out to be 0.9. In effect, what? Have you got some magnified returns? Yes. So debt does give you that impact of magnifying returns, because on a per share basis, for every 10 rupees that I invested, what am I getting here? In the debt case, as an owner, either case I invested 10 rupees on a per share basis. But in one case, I'm getting 1.3, and in the other case, I'm getting 0.9. So yes, my returns are certainly magnified. Now, let me okay, bad case where at times in a business sales drop. So compared to the base case, okay, now this is comparison to the base case. From 5,000, if your sales drop by 5%, then sales will become 4750. The math will follow. EBIT will be 875. Again, interest of 800 and 0 in one case. Earnings before tax, and then you have earnings after tax. In one case, 100% equity, you are still holding strong, 700, and 80% debt, only 60 rupees divided by the number of shares, 200. And see the impact on the earnings per share. 60 divided by 200 is 0.3, and 700 divided by 1000 is 0.7. Now, can you see some fun here? Okay, in the base case, it was 0.80 for both of them. If you look at the 100% equity on your left hand side in the chart or in the table, 0.8 has increased in the best case scenario to 0.9. It dropped 0.7. Okay, that's what I call as Rahul Dravid. On the other hand, on the right hand side, you see the EPS, that is 0.8. When things went well, crazy, from 0.8 per share, it increased to how much? 1.3, popping 0.5 up. But when it went bad, it dropped by 0.5. It was equal to how much? 0.3. So that is called a classic case of Shahid Afridi. Okay, when he hits the ball goes out of the stadium for a 6. 0.8 to 1, that is Shahid Afridi. 0.8 to 0.3, hit wicket or caught by the wicket keeper or stumped or something like that. You know, drop is also sharp. You can see the variation in the EPS. Okay, in the debt case, high variation in EPS. In the equity case, low variation in the EPS. So I'll summarize this. In one case, you have plus 5% or minus 5% in sales. In the other case, you see the change in EIT to be equal to 12.5%. Okay, from 1,000 to 12.5 and to 875. Okay, and then you will see the impact on the EPS. The EPS has increased in one case by 62.5% or dropped by 62.5%. In the other case, the EPS has increased by 12% or dropped by 12.5%. So what you'll observe, okay, as now this becomes a typical analytical case. Okay, so you'll observe quadrant 1, quadrant 2, quadrant 4. Okay, you'll see 4 quadrants here, and then in those 4 quadrants, you'll see quadrant 1, there is magnification from 5% to 12.5%, either positive magnification or negative, means shrinking. Okay, quadrant 2 also you see the same thing, either magnification or shrinking, means I'll call it as negative magnification. Quadrant 4 also I see magnification from 12.5 to 62.5, positive, negative. Quadrant 3, I don't see any magnification. If you observe this, in quadrant 3, I do not see any magnification whatsoever. From 12.5, it continues to be the chain, continues to be how much? 12.5. You do not see any magnification. The next question is why? Okay, the next question is why? And the answer for that is, if you just see this table, normally I would have, if we didn't have so many participants, I would have made it interactive, but I would have asked you to give the answers. But nevertheless, you'll see quadrant interest expense is 0, and interest is a financial fixed cost. What you will observe is quadrant 1 has an operating fixed cost, 1,500. Quadrant 2 also has an operating fixed cost, 1,500. Quadrant 4 has a financial fixed cost, 800, that is interest. Okay. Quadrant 3 has no fixed cost because the interest expense is 0. In other words, if you really think about it, we can conclude that wherever there is this fixed cost, whether operating or financial, it leads to magnification. And when there is no fixed cost, there is no magnification. We can draw this conclusion. Okay, so let's observe. Okay, no magnification observed in quadrant 3. Okay, why? Quadrant 1, 2 have fixed cost. Quadrant 1 and 2 have operating. 4 has financial fixed cost. Thus, I can make a conclusion that fixed costs lead to magnification or shrinkage. Now, the next question is how and why. Why is this happening? Why is this story actually happening? So that we need to understand why there is magnification. Okay. So for that, we need to quickly go through this concept of break-even point. We all know that. I think I'll finish. Give me 5 more minutes and we'll finish. Don't worry. Okay. We are in the low. What is on break-even point? No loss, no profit. So, okay. At operating level, I'll explain the concept of operating level. EBIT is equal to 0, operating break-even point. You may be knowing this, selling price 10, variable cost 5, operating fixed cost 100, number of units Q. And if I do contribution, 5 rupees per unit, means 10 minus 5, 5. So every unit I sell, I get a profit of 5. From that, I need to recover that fixed cost of 100. Okay. And therefore, I can say that my break-even is equal to 20 units. Means if I sell 20 units, I earn a profit of 100 rupees, which will take care of the fixed cost of 100 rupees. Then my earnings before interest and tax, my operating profit will be equal to 0. Then I have to only worry about paying interest. Operating break-even, I have 20 units. More than 20 units, every unit I sell at actually making operating profit. Less than 20 units if I sell, I am actually making an operating loss. So let's understand the concept at operating level itself. Okay, I have taken 3 cases. Q is equal to 10, Q is equal to 20, Q is equal to 40, selling price 10 for each, variable cost 5. And then I have taken the fixed cost of 1500. 1500, when you break it up over the number of units, okay, it comes out to be in one case 2.5. It comes to be 5 rupees per unit if it was 100 rupees as fixed cost. And in the third case, it comes out to be 10 rupees. For this example, assume the fixed cost is 100 rupees. Okay. And then you will see how the operating profit can either zoom up to 2.5 or it can come to -5. So when Q increases, when you divide that fixed cost on a per unit basis, okay, that decreases, that leads to profitability increasing, which leads to magnification. But when sales drop, fixed cost unit just goes up. It really catches you by the neck, and profitability goes down, leads to what we can say profits. Okay, this is what happens. What happens? I start fear taking debt, because debt means there is a financial fixed cost. That financial fixed cost, whether sales happen or not, you have to pay interest, and then that interest, you have to pay salaries to your people. Those are your operating fixed costs, and all those fixed costs actually go and catch you, and that reduce your profitability. When does that fixed cost help you? When you actually start producing things at scale. Okay, when you actually start producing things at scale, okay, and there is a great demand for your product, then on a per unit basis that fixed cost is negligible, and then you literally start minting money. But all that happens at a much later stage. So at a much later stage, when your product has found acceptability with the customer, and now you are sure that this product is going to command some good market, then you can finance it with debt at a much later stage. And that's why we say late VC stage or beyond the IPO stage. But in the early stages, because there is a high degree of uncertainty regarding acceptance of the product for startups, because they are introducing new concepts, new ideas, okay, sometimes markets and customers take a long time to warm up to an idea. Therefore, majority of the startups typically get financed through what we call as equity financing. And that's why it's a preferred form of financing for startups. So that's where I will stop. And if there are any questions, feel free. I've hit exactly the 12 o'clock mark, so no problem. I will be here. Any questions, let me know.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. It was a very informative and very lively lecture. We loved it. The
Oh, good.
example
Thanks.
given and the simplicity with which you explained it was very nice. Now the session is
Thank
open.
you.
To ask anything can raise his hand.
Yes.
You can also directly,
Enough.
just a second. You can also directly unmute yourself and can ask the question.
Yes. No. So they are looking forward to their lunch, I think.
Hello.
I
Yes. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Sir, what is the difference between the equity and the debt model of raising the fund? You can tell us about it.
Net.
Please, what is the difference between the equity and the debt model of raising fund?
Yeah. What I mentioned, equity is always what is owner's money, and debt is taking as a loan. So there is a fundamental difference between the two, which we discussed. And equity has its own set of what we can say. The equity investor is subjected to high risk. So expects high return in return. Okay, but for the startup as a company, my problem is for the if I take a debt or if I take a loan, then I'm subjected to what we call as fixed financial costs. And if I'm not to take those financial costs, lenders are not going to spare me. They're going to tell me beg, borrow, or steal. You give me my interest. Okay, in that whole difficulty of paying that interest, my regret, what you can growing the business or spending some money on experimentation and all that, that will take a backseat. Okay, therefore, when what for any startup is what we call as equity investment. It's better not to have, the proverbial Damocles sword hanging on your head. Interest is like that sword. If you are not able to pay your interest, the sword is going to fall on you. In other words, your business will literally have to shut down. Okay? I think there's a question from Swapnil Shinde. How a person from engineering background can calculate the above involved costs and profit and loss? Nothing, no big deal. Swapnil, we have all been doing income and expenses right from childhood. Okay, so profit and loss statement, I would say, is the easiest, because all it does is it's a summary of all the income that you can possibly generate, or revenue. When you sell something, income comes in. So that goes in income. And then expenses, of course, everybody has to keep track of your expenses. So even in a household, don't we keep track of our expenses? How much do you pay for the newspaper? How much do you pay for your cable or Tata Sky connection? Okay. Yeah. So those are the expenses and things like that. Subtract those and minus expenses. That will be your profit and loss. Anybody else? Please go ahead.
Hello. Sir, it was very interesting. The calculations gave really a insight into how the business calculations of profit and loss and return on investment, or earning per share, and those concepts were very clear. So my question is, are there any models that can incorporate the risk involved in the business?
Can you repeat your question? It's an interesting question.
Are there any models that can incorporate the risks of different kind involved in the process of
business, right? A very good question. Your name is Sushant, if I'm right?
Suhas Mohite.
Suhas Mohite. Okay. So Suhas, good question. So there are various ways of incorporating risk. Means any business case which you put forward, okay, any business case that you put forward, it should always be accompanied with some kind of scenario analysis or sensitivity analysis. Okay. And what do I mean by the scenario analysis or sensitivity analysis? Whenever you make any projection, see, any business case means what? You're doing some kind of projections, okay? Projections related to profit and projections related to how much you expect to sell maybe over the next 5 years. What are the costs that you might incur, and then what are the profits that you will get? This is a basic what you can projection, okay? Typically, the way we do it is, okay, because if I am a startup and it's my idea, and this is human nature, okay, you and I may be talking like this, but tomorrow if I become an entrepreneur, all researchers, when we were doing our PhD, okay, or you do your PhD, and you are thinking about what should be the topic, okay, you think of a topic, and if you go and tell that topic, you fall in love with that idea of yours, okay. When you tell that topic to maybe your dad or your spouse or someone like that, they'll say, what's the big deal? Why are you going to spend 3 or 5 years researching this? So same thing with the startup also. We are in love with our idea, okay, and therefore our human nature, we bring in what we call as the best case scenario, which is okay.
Likely to be biased towards our idea.
Yeah. So we need to have estimates related to bad scenarios and good scenarios. And since you are going to involve your money, somebody else's money, it makes a lot of sense to think about various scenarios. Okay, various scenarios. You need to run 20, 30 scenarios. Okay, you need to run scenarios, try to find different levels of profit and loss, and that will give you an idea related to what kind of variation in outcomes you will see. Okay, variation in profits, variation in revenues that you will see. Okay, Can you hear me? Okay, you will see various variation in outcomes, revenues, and things like that. Okay, that sensitivity analysis will give you an idea related to what's the probability. You can plot it on a normal distribution, the various scenarios, and that will give you a fair idea about risk, in the sense what's the chance that this venture will be successful, will it become profitable or not. Okay, that you will know by running this kind of a scenario analysis or a sensitivity analysis.
Thank you,
Anybody
sir.
else? Thanks.
Sir, can I make a request to you?
Sure, I'll share the presentation with you
Yes,
without doubt.
yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. That will be very nice of you if you share.
Thank you so much, Antonuji. Dr. Shantanu, thank you for your
Thank you,
for
Professor.
your support and this wonderful talk that you delivered. With examples and with illustrations, it's made the things very simple for all of us.
Great.
Yeah, thank
Many,
you, thank you. Yeah, it was so
really
fascinating. Yeah.
Thank you. Really appreciate this opportunity. And in fact, I was looking forward to it for a simple reason, because I being a teacher and more of a chalk and board teacher. Okay, so my life has become a bit constrained with this mode of interaction. But nevertheless, I have adapted myself to it, and always such a pleasure to interact with the fraternity of teachers. So always, anytime, let me know you need any help. I'm always there for.
So teachers were your students today, and we really enjoyed.
Yes, in this case, they were the participants. So I would call them students.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let us call them learners. Let us call them learners. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Uh, Thank you, Shantanu sir.
Thank you.
Just a minute. You explain, finance in a simplest term to all people from technical background. You cover nut and bolts of finance, profit loss statement, cash flow, balance sheet. Also nicely cover the difference between owners and lender, fixed cost, variable cost. Also, you took us back to the era of Rahul Dravid and Shoaib Akhtar. We started imagining Rahul Dravid playing his cricket in his way and Sehwag hitting six. So, thank you, sir, for your wonderful session. So,
Most welcome. Really appreciate this opportunity. Thank you.
yeah. Request to participant to fill both the attendance link, and we'll start our next session at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thanks.
Dear participant, please fill up both attendance link provided in the chat box. We have provided two link in the chat box. You have to mark your attendance in both the links. Good afternoon, participant. We'll start our next session within 5 minutes. Good afternoon, Pawan sir. Pawan sir, am I audible?
आहेत ना?
Pawan sir, are you able to
Yeah,
hear
hi.
me? Yeah. Sir, can you share your screen?
Yeah, so I don't have a PPT.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
there's no PPT that I have.
okay, sir. Yes. Sir. So we'll share our own PPT. Uh, Good afternoon, participant, and welcome back to session on Design Your Thinking by Dr. Pawan Soni. Before we start, let me introduce Dr. Pawan Soni, sir. So, sir is an innovation evangelist by profession and a teacher by passion. He is the founder of Inflection Point, offering a program on design thinking, strategic acumen, and consulting skill. He is the author of book Design Your Thinking. Apart from being adjunct faculty at ISB Hyderabad and IIM Bangalore, Pawan is columnist at Mint, Your Story, and other online media sources. Uh, Pawan sir was the only Indian to be shortlisted for the prestigious FT and Mackenzie Brackenbauer Award for the Best Business Book of the Year 2016. He has been invited 5 times to speak at TED, TEDx, and featured as one of the 100 digital influencer of 2020 by Your Story. Pawan sir is a gold medalist from VMB Engineering College Jodhpur and did PGDI from NITI Mumbai. He finished his doctoral studies from IIM Bangalore in the domain of innovation management. So, welcome Pawan sir on the behalf of CVP. Over to you, Pawan sir.
Thank you so much. So I hope I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes.
in today's, thank you. What we'll be touching upon is this very important aspect of how do you use design thinking for teaching. That's important. And what I'll be doing is I'll be sharing with you a very different format of engaging the class, which perhaps you can also use, because if you are trying to engage your audience in a virtual setup, then you will have to also uh, understand their psyche. So if both from the faculty standpoint as well as from the student standpoint, it is a advisable thing to be able to do so. I just want to give you a heads up that I would have to take a little break in between because I have to attend to something important. So I'll let you know whenever I'll be taking the break. It would be in another 5 minutes or so, but at least I'll get started in terms of the agenda setting with all of you. So my request to you would be
Okay,
please
sir.
take notes and also ensure that you are all on mute. And if you have any specific questions, I'll give you time towards the end of the session to be able to do so. So here is have in front of me whenever you're able to see the screen. To see the screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are in a position to see.
So this is what we are looking at, and this is the format of engaging the class is called as mind mapping, and it's very powerful, very useful, and intuitive technique of kind of communicating. So the first question that we have is that as a teacher, let's identify some of the issues that you face as a teacher. So, so if you can write down on the chat window as to what are the challenges in class engagement that you face as a teacher. Can you write it down? How do you, because going forward, a multimodal uh, engagement will be very critical. Okay, getting feedback, that's one important thing. What else? Ensuring attention is another important aspect. Okay, for the moral and the ethics in the class. Long number of engagement hours. Please write it down, all of you, it's important. long engagement hours, following ethics. What else? Keep going. What are the other issues that you face as a teacher? If I missed out something, please repeat. So screen time, high screen time. That's another issue that you can possibly face. Then lack of personalized attention. What else? Yeah, no two-way communication. Most one-way communication. So as a result, some of these are the challenges that we face and the technique which I'll be using today for you to sort of engage into a conversation, and that's a very powerful technique that you can use in your class engagement also, and which is a part of design thinking and more creative thinking, is what we call as how do you use a concept called six thinking hats. Okay, six thinking hats. That's a very powerful concept that we can be applicable in any virtual engagement, any structured engagement that you would like to do. If any one of you have heard about this concept of six thinking hats before, can you tell me? If any one of you have heard about it, you can write a yes and then you can quickly help me understand. Okay, Rahul has. Anybody else? Lovely. Then it should not be a very difficult thing. So let's first of all understand the concept of six thinking hats. Now, we can have various types of thinking. When we think, we kind of deploy various thinking models. One of the common model that we deploy while thinking is called as. Now, guys, you have to give me 5 minutes. I have to just step out and come back in 5 minutes. Just hold on for 5 minutes, please.
He has taken a break of 5 minutes.
Okay, team, I'm back. Sorry that I had to step out. Can you hear me clearly now, team?
Yes, sir.
I'm audible?
We can.
Okay, sure. All right. So now there are multiple modes of thinking. The first mode of thinking is called as critical thinking, also called as vertical thinking. And this is the most common model of thinking. Critical thinking means that you are trying to question, just like how a detective would like to question things, and you would like to come up with some sort of a conclusion in your question. That is called critical thinking or a vertical thinking. Now, for example, you know something, and as long as I tell you which is going to help you in augmenting your own thinking, you will listen to me. It's like constructing a house, one layer of bricks over another layer of bricks. And this is vertical thinking. Now, vertical thinking is good if you want to think in very rational terms. But what do you think? Is vertical thinking good for creativity? Is it a good approach for creative problem solving? Vertical thinking or critical thinking? Yes, no? Is it a good approach for problem solving? What do you say? Yes, no? Critical thinking or vertical thinking?
Sometimes it may be, sometimes it may not
Yeah,
be.
very good. So it is good for finding the root cause, but not good for generating alternates. That's the thing about critical thinking. Okay, it's very good for finding the root cause, but very bad when it comes to generating alternates or generating multiple options which you have. So that is a limitation with critical thinking. Throughout our day, most of the time, the kind of thinking that we apply is called as critical thinking or vertical thinking, when you're trying to reason out situation. Ye kyun, ye kaise, why this, why not that. And that model of thinking is called as critical or a vertical thinking. The second model of thinking is called lateral thinking. Anyone knows what is the meaning of word lateral? Like we use this in lateral placements, lateral movement. What's the meaning of the word lateral? Lateral. Any idea what is lateral thinking? You can write down on the text. Let's keep text as a dominant model of conversation today.
Finding different ways to a problem.
So look at the word lateral. What's the meaning of the word lateral? Let's not go to lateral thinking. What's the meaning of the word lateral? Dictionary meaning of lateral. So lateral thinking basically means horizontal. Lateral movement, lateral placement, sidewise. Correct. The meaning of the word lateral is sidewise. So instead of attacking a problem straight up, you try to attack the problem slightly at a different angle. And that approach is called as a lateral thinking. And this term called lateral thinking was coined by this person by the name Edward de Bono. Edward de Bono was instrumental in giving us this concept of lateral thinking. Let me give you a simple example of lateral thinking. Okay. Now, suppose I'm taking my daughter through her exams, and we have this Olympiad exam. And what she has done is a physical notebook and a pencil kind of an exam. And she has already done those questions. She has looked at all those questions. She has marked the answers with a circle. So the question has 5 answers, 4 answers, multiple choice, and she picked up the right answer. So in her notebook, she has already marked the right answer with a pencil. Now there are 2 ways in which I can give the exam to her again. The first way is that I erase the right answers. Whatever circles she has done, I erase them. But what is the problem with that approach? If I erase the answers, even if I use a good quality rubber and if I erase all the answers that she has circled, what is the problem with that? Think of a problem that such a model has, such an approach has, perhaps. Most likely she'll be able to see the answers again, isn't it? Because even if I use a high quality rubber, I'll not be able to erase it clean. So it will leave the marks and she'll be able to know that this is the right answer, and she would quickly, because she's a small child, so she'll quickly go to those right answers and mark it. Can you think of a lateral thinking approach here, which you can use? If you have to give the same exam to her, same set of questions, can you think of a lateral thinking approach? Go ahead, guys, if you can think of a lateral thinking approach here. You can write down, don't have to speak. Don't have to speak. You can write down on the chat. Please type on the chat. I insist that we don't speak, because then there'll be a lot of chaos. When you think of a lateral thinking approach, the question is that if I erase the correct answers, correct marks, basically, she has done the circle on the right question. Now I don't have to write the different question. Any other approach that you can think of? I'm just trying to test your lateral thinking. 10 questions in a question paper, and there are 4 answers to each question. She has to pick the correct answer. She has already picked the correct answer and she has encircled the correct answer. Now I erase the correct answers from all the questions, and still their marks, like the pencil mark, still remains. So she can quickly look at the pencil mark and start giving the right answers. But if I have to think of a lateral thinking technique, which is device thinking, creative thinking, what can that be? The answers. So these are physical answers, okay? These are physical answers in a paper. So I have the paper with me. I can't shuffle the answers. These are still physical question paper that I have. I can't do that. No question, it's a printed, so I can't jumble the questions. I can't do anything. That's a good one. Negation of the question. There's only one right answer per question. There are 4 options and there is only one right answer. And she's in first standard, so you can't make it too complex for her also, isn't it? You can't make it too complex. So here is the approach that I tried to adopt. Okay, so she marked one answer as the right answer, correct? What I do is I mark all the 4 answers with the pencil. Okay, all the 4 answers I write with the mark with the pencil. So the entire paper has all the answers circled. All the 4 answers are circled, all the 10 questions. And I ask her to erase the right answer. Correct? So instead of marking the right answer with the pencil, if she has to erase the right answer, that is an example of lateral thinking. Does it make sense? Okay. It's a simple solution. Same pencil and rubber I'm using, but I'm just flipping the question. Instead of saying that you have to circle the right answer, this time you have to erase the right answer. And she will never know which was the original circle that she made, because I'll make circle all the questions. So that is how you can apply lateral thinking. Now tell me, is lateral thinking easy or difficult? Is it easy or difficult to do? Tell me, easy or difficult? It is easy after you know the answer, but it's difficult before you know the answer. And that's about lateral thinking. Lateral thinking is not natural. It's not natural. It's difficult. Otherwise, everybody would be very creative and we would have no problem that is left unsolved. No, Abhijit, and that's where I want to contest you. It does not require rapid thinking. So some of the misconceptions is what I'll be trying to address to you today till about 3 o'clock. It's a very small session. That's why instead of going through a big PPT, I thought I'll keep it conversational. That might be more. So what is the fundamental difference between critical thinking and lateral thinking? I'm writing the question down. Critical thinking versus lateral thinking. What's the fundamental difference? If you have to identify, most of us actually very good at critical thinking. You need presence of mind. But what is the other core difference that you have in the overall approach of, okay, thinking of the other way, very good, Anupam. What else? Very good, Harshvardhan. That's a good point. Analysis versus exploring alternates based on practiced approach, thinking of various perspectives. Out of box thinking, Pramod, is more of a cliche. That's the problem with this phrase, out of box thinking. Very good point, Ashish. Critical thinking is concentration, lateral thinking is divergence. Different points of view. Very good, very good. Can I say, I'm just writing something down on the screen and tell me if this makes sense to you. Lateral thinking requires a temporary suspension of logic. To suspend your logic temporarily. Critical thinking is pure logic, right? It's pure logic. And that's why it is not good for generating alternates. Very good for looking at the situation, but I would not say think crazy, but you have to suspend your logic only temporarily. Now, do you think suspending logic is natural for us too? Is it easy for us to suspend your logic or park your? It's not easy to suspend because we are driven to think logically. We are so wired to think logically that it's just not possible to think logically, illogically. And we have a lot of social stigma also to be able to park our judgment. And that is where we need to be able to slow down our thinking. Just think. Here is what I'm trying to offer to you. Very good. Use why and why not. Very good, Priyanka. Right? So critical thinking is very common. Lateral thinking is very, very uncommon. Another very important thing about lateral thinking is this very, very counterintuitive that you need to think. What I'm trying to propose to you, and I'm writing it down on the chat also, and so that you can also make a note of it, is that for you to think creatively, slow down your thinking. Slow down your thinking. Think slow. Don't think fast. Think slow. This is a very, very counterintuitive advice which I'm giving you today, isn't it? Throughout your life, we have always been ranked for how fast we can think, whether it is about writing an exam or in a conversation or in an interview, in any exam, we have always been priding ourselves to be able to think fast. But here I am suggesting that don't think fast, think slow. Tell me, why do you think that for you to be creative, slow thinking is important? Why slow thinking is the real way to be creative? Need to think slow. Why thinking slow is important? And why thinking fast is non-creative? What I'm saying is that thinking fast, this is critical thinking is about quick thinking. Thinking versus slow thinking. This needs quick thinking. And this is slow thinking. Yeah. When you're really thinking slow, you're looking at alternates. And only when you're looking at alternates more carefully is then you are able to understand and give time to think through. Quick thinking versus slow thinking. There's a third type of thinking, which we call it as parallel thinking. Any idea what is meant by parallel thinking? Critical thinking, lateral thinking, parallel thinking. Any thoughts on parallel thinking? Multitasking, okay. Any other thoughts on what is parallel thinking? Go ahead. More options. Let me explain what is parallel thinking. Suppose you are 6 people in a room. Okay. Have you heard of this very famous story of 6 blind men trying to figure out an elephant? Have you heard of that story? 6 blind men trying to figure out an elephant. Now, what happens in the story is that each person is looking at a different part of the body of the elephant. Somebody is looking at it, it looks like a snake. Somebody is looking at a trunk and it looks like I don't know, a tree. Somebody is looking at a leg and that looks like a tree trunk. Somebody is looking like at the body and that looks like a wall. Correct? So each part of the body of the elephant is been looked by a different person and they have their own interpretation. What if everybody looks at the elephant at the same time from the same angle? Would be able to come up with a better understanding? And that better understanding will come if everybody looks at the elephant in parallel. So parallel thinking means that thinking of or looking at the same reality simultaneously. And one of the techniques of parallel thinking is called as six thinking acts. Actually, six thinking acts is a technique of parallel thinking. And there are different ways in which, if time permits today, I'll take you through six thinking concept. But if it doesn't permit, at least I'll give you the types of thinking. That how can you become a better teacher when you're trying to engage with your students. Okay? That is where we're talking of parallel thinking. Parallel thinking means that suppose you have a class of 60 students. How do you make sure that all 60 of them look at the same manner? And that's a stage before you look at the lateral thinking. Now let us look at the way in which you can cultivate parallel thinking. So once again, what is parallel thinking? Parallel thinking means that if there are 6 people in a room and they are trying to do brainstorming, it often happens when you're trying to do brainstorming or you're trying to solve a problem. Somebody is sharing facts. Does it happen with you that when you're in a brainstorming session, somebody's sharing facts, somebody's sharing opinion, somebody's giving ideas, somebody is trying to challenge those ideas, somebody is becoming optimistic, and somebody is pessimistic? Does it happen? The different people are wearing different glasses or different lenses. It happens a lot. And that's why most brainstorming sessions are very, very ineffective. They are ineffective not because people do not contribute, but people do not contribute in the same intensity, and they do not look at the situation in a similar manner. To overcome that limitation, Edward de Bono came up with this very, very interesting thing called 6 thinking hats. What he says is that our mind is so powerful that if left on its own, if not channelized, our mind can be really disruptive. But if you can channelize your mind in the right direction by giving the right set of inputs, tools, and methods, then you can be extremely powerful. That is what is the meaning of parallel thinking. Now, let me tell you a word. And what you have to do, everybody, there are 80 plus people on the call right now. And I want all 80 plus of you to contribute. You see, there is no point in doing a faculty development program if you do not act like a good student yourself, isn't it? Then you can't expect your students to behave any other way. You have to act like a good student. So here is my first question to you. I'm writing a word on the screen and you will tell me what are the various emotions that comes to your mind. Various emotions, okay? Emotions or feelings that come to your mind. The first word is called white. Please write down very quickly the first emotion that comes to your mind when you listen to the word white or when you imagine the word white. Peace, clean, purity. Only one word per person is allowed. Blank, calmness, quiet, negative, bright, empty, accident, clean, garden, surrender. Purity. Very good. So now let me give you a generic placeholder for this word called white. So white means purity or fact or truth. Okay. Whatever is the underlying, whether it is about, you know, peace or blank or quiet or calmness or purity, let us use the word as purity, fact, or truth. So when I say let's wear the white hat, what I'm expecting all of you to do is to share facts with me. Let's talk about factual knowledge. And the next color for you is red. Tell me, what that comes to your mind when you look at the word red? Danger, aggression, love, fear, stop. Prominent, fire, problem, ambulance, hazardous. Very good. Can I say that red color basically means emotions? Can I say that? Any type of emotion, there is a danger, energy, hazard, love. It's basically emotions. Emotions or intuition, gut feel. When I say guys, let's wear the red hat, wanting is I want to hear your gut feel, your intuition. What do you feel about a problem? It doesn't have to be truth. It doesn't have to be fact. It can be intuition. Okay. Now the next hat for you is black. Listen to the word black and tell me what comes to your mind. Okay. So black really translates into negative. Anything negative, anything judgmental, or what we call as devil's advocate. Black. And I say, guys, let's wear the black. What I want is, I want you to be negative about it. Think about what can go. If I'm giving you an idea, you have to look at what can go wrong with this idea. That's called the black hat. So we have white, red, and black. Let's look at the next color. And the next color for you is yellow. When you yellow, what comes to your mind? Cheerful, vibrant, positive, very good, smile, blissful, happiness, energy, correct? Divinity. So let's look at the word yellow, positive, enthusiasm. Okay. What can happen? What is positive? Next word for you is green. When you think of green, what comes to your mind? Cool, hot, soothing, prosperity, creative, life, earth, abundance. Very good. So let me pick up the word prosperity or abundance or education. When I say, guys, let's wear the green hat, what I want is I want to generate ideas, a lot of ideas. Green, abundance, lot. For a lot of ideas, and that's your green hat. And finally, the word blue. Sky, control, water, very good. Endless, very nice. Expanse. So let us use expanse or control, govern. So these are the 6 ways in which your mind can think. Sky, all these are overarching, governing. Okay. Now the beauty of the 6 thinking hats is that they always operate in pair. So can you tell me what is the counter of white? What is the counter pair of white? not black. If white is truth, fact, and purity, what is the other? The opposite of white is not black. In the six thinking hats model, what is the opposite of white? If white is about fact, purity, and truth, white is red. Okay, white and red operating pair. Hey guys, let's wear the white hat. You are only talking about facts and figures, that there are so many students in your class. These students have this background. These are the teachers who are teaching. These are the subjects you are teaching. Now we talk about, let us wear the red hat. Red hat means I feel frustrated. I feel annoyed. I feel excited when I attend the class. I somehow feel disturbed when some students do not show up in the class. I feel happy when the videos are on, etc. etc. So white and red make it complete. White is about fact, red is about opinion. Okay? So that is red and white. Now, what is the pair for black? What makes black complete? Yellow. Very good. So yellow and black make a pair. Okay? Black is about negative, yellow is about positive. So when I say wear the black hat, you have to puncture the logic. You have to look at devil's advocate. You have to tell me why things will not work. Yellow means make it work. Be positive about it. And what's the pair for green? Green means more. The green is blue. Now you understand each of these have a meaning. They have a logic. These hats bring a different type of thinking onto your exercise. My objective is that in every session, if you can learn one thing and start practicing it, that is always better than me teaching you 10 things, isn't it? If I have 1 hour with you, I would rather teach you one thing you can practice as a teacher, rather than telling you 10 things that you can possibly practice as a teacher. It doesn't make sense, because I can teach you so many things, but all depends upon how much can you absorb, how much can relate to, and how much you can practice. So today what I thought I'll teach you is how to design your own thinking. How do you think creatively? How do you think different from anybody else, from others? Okay, that is how we have to understand. Now, having said that, let me ask you a question and you tell me what is the right answer. In a brainstorming session, what is the right approach? Everyone wears the same hat at a time. 2, everyone wears a different hat. Okay, please pick up the right answer. 1 or 2. Doing a brainstorming session, should everyone wear the same hat or should everyone wear a different hat? It's a very important question and I want you to make a clear choice, same or different. Okay, now let us take a step back. What did I tell you about parallel? What was the idea of parallel thinking? Do you remember that? What is parallel thinking? What is parallel thinking? Parallel thinking means all the people in it should think in the same direction at the same time. You have to look at the elephant one part at a time. So if people are looking at the trunk of the elephant, everybody should look at the trunk at the same time. If people are looking at the tail of the elephant, everybody should look at the tail at the same time. So they can come up with a consensus. If they're looking at the body of the elephant, they should at the same time. So once again, what is the right answer? Should everyone be wearing the same hat at the same time or different hat at the same time? Same hat. Otherwise, once again, we will have the same problem, right? Somebody is thinking of opinion, somebody is thinking of data, somebody else is being negative, somebody else is being positive. Everyone must wear the same hat at the same time. Okay? Please understand this thing and make a note of it mentally and physically also. is possible. If everybody wears the same hat, yes, you can get the material. Absolutely. This mind map which I'm making, share it with you, Swati, right now. I'll speak for another 5 minutes, and then after that I'll take a few questions because 3 o'clock I have to stop. Okay. So the point is that people should wear the same hat at the same time. It down, same hat at the same time. Now there is only one person in the group, the blue hat. How do you practice it? I think you can start practicing it in your classrooms itself. First of all, learn about it and then start practicing it. Given every single chance, even in your family, you can practice some of these thinking hats. Like your spouse, if your spouse is sharing her opinions with you, then you should be wearing a white hat and talking about facts. You should also be sharing about the opinions. And understand that she is sharing your opinion. So as they say, charity starts from home. So whatever you want to do good, start learning from implementing it at home. So there is one person who wears the blue person, the moderator. Okay, the moderator, because he or she has to discussion, govern, control everybody else. So this is how you get parallel thinking. And the last mode of thinking, so critical thinking, lateral thinking, and the last mode of thinking that we have is called as systems thinking. Any idea what is systems thinking? Systems thinking. Structured, okay. It's not necessarily structured because that is systematic thinking. Structured means holistic. Very good. System thinking means holistic thinking. Okay. So how do you look at system as a whole instead of parts? Instead of parts of the system, you look at the system as a whole. And that is where in the systems thinking, one of the dominant ways of systems thinking is called as a okay. Design thinking is where you look at the whole problem in its entirety. Okay, look at the whole problem in its entirety, totality, instead of looking at the pieces, whole instead of the pieces. Now, for you to pick up systems thinking, there is a book which I recently authored, which is called Design Thinking, and that is what this session was primarily intended to. Let me share the link of the book with all of you and see if you can pick that book up. Okay, there is a link for the book. It's a useful book both as a teacher and as a or as a practitioner, which is something you can possibly look at. In the book, I discuss all the types of thinkings, parallel thinkings, lateral thinking, critical thinking, design thinking, systems thinking, and offer a lot of examples from Indian organizations on how these models of thinking can be deployed. Okay. Now, let me share this mind map with you. I have 10 minutes with me. And in this 10 minutes, what I would like to do is to take maybe 2-3 questions. First of all, share this mind map with all of you so that you have a copy of this mind map. Let me know if you can see the copy. Please open this up Please open this so that otherwise once the session is over, the chat will get closed and you will lose this mind
Please
map link.
participants are requested to type in their questions, because if you unmute everybody, then there will be a lot of noise. So I request participants to please type in your questions.
Thank you. So let me ask you this thing, that how was this experience of co-creating the entire content and then getting to see it? Instead of using PPT and then sharing it with you some other day, we
Yes,
created from clean
sir, I
slate.
can say
We
it was
created
very
this,
nice. It was a new learning experience for us also, creating and sharing. It
right?
was really good.
So you start from a clean slate and with the help of the participant, you create the content. That is important because when the participants are involved in learning is when they really learn. Otherwise, there's no dearth of content in the world. You can always read it online. You so many videos on YouTube for free. But using mind mapping, which is a free-flowing method of creating content and co-creating the content with your audience, which is a two-way learning, is how you can address your concerns. So let us look at your concerns. Getting feedback. So you get a feedback from your participants on an ongoing basis. Long engagement hours. It's important to make it bit size. 75 minutes is good enough. Ethics, high screen time. So you try to make a screen with self-creating instead of those big verbose PPTs, because there's no more skill left in making a PPT. You give people personalized attention by asking questions, by naming them, by calling them, appreciating them, saying that yes, a good question, it's a good point, involving them. And finally, you keep it a two-way communication so that you can also learn. So I hope the session was useful to you. I can take 3 questions. So if you want to type your questions, the first 3 questions in the chat, I'll take up. Please go ahead. 3 questions I can take. Okay. Okay, team. So, okay, there's no question, I guess. So if there's no question, I think we can call it a day and we should be pretty happy
Sir, there
about it.
are 2 questions.
I didn't see the questions. Oh, how to manage? Okay, how to manage people wearing black hat? Okay, good question, Dr. Ayub. So my view is that whenever you are looking at the questions, you should always, or looking at the hat, you should always time it out. It's important. Timing is very critical. So we typically say that you should not be wearing any hat for more than 10 minutes. And the sequence of the hat is also very interesting. The sequence of the hats can be, you start with white hat, then you go to red hat, then you go to green hat, black hat, and finally you go to, okay? That's the sequence of the hat. You start with the facts and figures, then intuition, then ideas, then what will not work in the ideas, and finally how to make them work. How to increase involvement of students? Dr. Kale, you increase the involvement of students by being a student yourself. I think we as teachers are so obsessed that we know it all, or that we can only teach, or that we have to speak and they have to listen. So by 3 practices, if you can adopt, the first practice is be a good listener. You need to be developing good listening skills. Second is be experimentative to break the pattern. For example, how many of you expected that I would use this mind mapping technique and this live mind mapping exercise today? Were you expecting that from today's session? Tell me. I don't think you were expecting. That's where you need to learn to break the pattern. If the students know what you're going to discuss, what's your style like, then they will obviously get bored. You have to draw their attention to the discussion by breaking the patterns. And finally, you need to have a good class control. For example, I said that I'll take the first 3 questions which will come. I said that we'll have a discussion strictly on the chat. I said that there are 80 plus students in the class and you have to participate. Correct? Now, there are times at which you have to be a little strict with your students. It's very, very important. Otherwise, you will quickly lose the grip on the class. But for that, I need to be on top of the game. I told you beforehand that I'll have to step out for 5 minutes. So that is where you can really be in a position of not dominating the class, but at least taking the ownership of the outcome. So that is how you can possibly become an effective teacher. I can advise you so. So that's it. I guess I had 3 questions being answered and we are almost at the end of the closure of the time. So now let me unshare my screen. Okay. You have the PPT or not the PPT, but the mind map available to all of you. So let me pass on the proceedings to the organizers for their final word. And thank you so much, everyone, for being such a good audience. And I hope it was useful to all of you. I sincerely hope that.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting session, and I'm handing over it to Professor Adao.
Uh, Thank you, sir. You kept us engaged. After lunch session, generally very hard, but you keep us engaged through your 6 thinking hat techniques. Nicely explain the difference between critical thinking, lateral thinking, parallel thinking. It was overall very nice session, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thanks for inviting me. And take care. All the best to all of you. Bye.
Thank you,
Sir,
sir.
you actually taught us how to take control of the class.
Glad. Thank you so much. Take care.
And made us students.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Take
Thanks
care,
a
sir.
lot.
Thank you. So, dear participant, over to participant. We have shared attendance link in chat box. We'll start next session within next 10 minutes. Yes, dear participant, attendance link is shared within chat box. Please mark your attendance in that link. Good afternoon, Sanjay sir. We'll start within 5 minutes. Sir.
Yes. Good afternoon, Professor Ada. Professor Ada, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Is it clear?
Yes, sir, it's clear. We'll start within 5 minutes.
Sure.
Sanjay sir, we can start?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yes. Good afternoon, participant, and welcome back to session on effective pitching by Sanjay Kanvinge sir. So, before we start, let me introduce Sanjay sir. Sanjay sir is co-founder of Lavani Ventures and had 23 years of experience in energy industry. He has worked in functional areas of research and development, knowledge management, and business development over different international assignments. He's alumni of University of Texas and CUB. Right now, sir is advisor to Bhau Institute CIMIC Incubation Program for Cybersecurity Startups and a member of Institute Innovation Council at CUP. Welcome, Sanjay sir, and over to you.
Thank you, Professor Rao. I think I will just share my slides.
Yes, sir.
Let me know when you see them.
Sir, your audio is very low. Can you check once again?
My audio is low. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay.
Just full screen, yes, screen, and you can start.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah. Good
digital.
afternoon, everyone. Um, it's a great pleasure to meet so many of you, although it's not in person, given the circumstances. But I listened to all the presentations, and I hope you had a good cup of tea to to survive the last hour of the day. And I'm going to talk to you today essentially about how you put all these things together that you learned about today when you are pitching your idea, your company, you're looking for funding, you're trying to win competitions. I'll try to share with you some perspectives, some insights, some structure within which you can also help and support your students. Just let me have a quick look at my microphone volume. Is it a bit better?
Sir, you stopped your full screen, I think.
Sorry?
Right now, you are not in full screen mode, sir.
No, I know, but can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Yes, sir.
Okay, I saw somebody say that the volume was low. So, okay, I'll speak up a little bit. So, the goals of this session is to explain to you the different pitch materials that startups need, and especially in your case, students will need, and how they are used in different scenarios. And I will secondly talk about what are the various components that go into these pitch materials and how you can package them for different uses. There is two aspects to making a good pitch. One is the content, and the second is the delivery of the content. Usually this presentation or this type of talk is usually a much longer talk. So I will, sir, I'm getting a message there is no audio.
You are audible, sir.
Okay, I saw some messages saying
I'm
it's not.
watching the message.
Yeah. So there is content and there is delivery. Given the time, I will mainly be focusing only on the content part. So the way I have structured this talk is to look at it from your perspective and just thought a little bit about how. Sir, I again get messages that the voice is low. Some people say it's okay. Can you just check?
Sir, you are audible to us. Sir, you can put your camera off so that bandwidth will be saved and will get.
Okay, I have a lot of bandwidth, but I will turn off the bandwidth.
Then
So you can turn off my video.
yes.
Just turn it off here. Thank you. So when students come to you talking about ideas or want to do something, I hope I can give you enough information to help them through the initial stages. Many of the students, after some initial work, they like to go for competitions or for various funding rounds. I hope to give you enough information where you can help them, prepare them for these events. They are very important events because they validate their thinking and can also get some support and funding. And at some point, you may also want to refer them to incubators like the Bhau Institute, and we saw Dr. Jagdale talk about the various ecosystem incubators and accelerators where we can help these students to bring their ideas to life. So that's the goal I have set. So let's look at it in terms of materials. So typically, you know, when you make a presentation to an investor or at an event, you have a slide deck. Sometimes it's 10 minutes, sometimes it's 15 minutes, sometimes it's much longer. So you have a deck, but before you get to the deck, you must have a couple of things which will enable you to get invited to a meeting. Okay, so I'll talk a little bit about that. And once you meet investors or angel investors or venture capital investors, then they will even ask you for a leave behind deck. So this is a material you can leave behind with them without too much confidentiality issues and so on. So these are the various materials that are required for pitching at various stages: early stages, mid stage, late stage. And in this material is various content. So I'm just calling that components. In this presentation, I have 10 components. You can say there are 8 or 9, doesn't really matter. That's not critical. But what is important is that various aspects are touched upon in a great presentation, especially if you're going for an investment from outside. What I'm going to do today is briefly cover these components, but I'm going to spend most time on the early part of preparation, where most likely you are interacting with students and helping them with the first conversation, and then working with them to develop their idea to a certain stage. So I'll be spending most of the time there. And then there are some topics which actually come a little bit later, building detailed financial projections, detailed traction reports, and so on. I think those come a little bit later in the cycle. But given the audience, I will spend a little bit less time on that. The other thing is, I have never seen anyone prepare all these materials in one shot. It simply does not happen like that. You start with some things, you keep working, you keep iterating, and slowly over time, various pieces fall in place, and you have a great deck. So that's one thing. So let's look at some of these components, if you will, and how you can help your students with some of this material. So the most obvious things is students, they'll come up with a company name or a project name. They will come up with a logo. And in many cases, they will even come up with a tagline. But I think what you want to do is to make it short, clear, and memorable. So I've just taken a few examples of initial taglines that famous companies had. So broadcast yourself. Normally this is an interactive session, so I can't do that very much here, but YouTube was called Broadcast Yourself. Book rooms with locals, that's Airbnb. And your network is bigger than you think, that was LinkedIn. So it's a good way to have a tagline. People can read this and kind of get a very quick 5-second introduction to what you're about. The next one I think is very, very important. especially if you're a startup who goes to various events. You could go to an event, a pitching event or a startup fest, and you could meet 20, 30 different people, and you have one chance to gain their attention. So I call this the 30-second pitch. Usually I will go to a lot of startup festivals, meet students, and I'll say, what do you do? And it's actually pretty surprising. Many of them require several minutes to explain what they're doing. And, you know, it's not very possible when you're meeting 30, 40 people at an event to spend a whole lot of time. So a very good way is to prepare the students to give a very quick pitch when you meet somebody in the elevator. Somebody asks you, what are you doing? What are you working on? So this is just one template. You can play with different templates, but essentially you want to cover these key points, which is, you know, my name is called so-and-so. This is what I have developed for so-and-so, and this is the problem it's solving in this way. So in a very brief 2 sentences, 1 sentence, you can communicate very clearly. And what I have noticed is when I go to Startup Fest, students who can do this in 1 or 2 sentences, you immediately give your card and you say, let's talk, or I'll come back to your booth and talk to you. While others who really fumble or can't do that, you know, you just, there's so many people to meet, you kind of move on. So I think this is very important. The other approach I have seen, which is very interesting, is people use sort of relatable aspects, like we are Uber for commercial trucking. Okay, so if I say just 1 sentence, we are Uber for commercial trucking, I can form a pretty good opinion of what this company is doing without even knowing more about it. So that's another technique I teach startups, is also to have some relatable aspects. It's a very fast, quick 5-second way to communicate and get the initial conversation going. So this is pretty quick to do initially, and it's very, very useful to open doors. You can really expand the number of people who can get in touch with you, and you can get their attention by just doing these few things and preparing for it. Then comes probably the most important part, along with the solution, is what is the problem you are trying to solve? And John Dewey, the very famous philosopher and educationist, very nicely put it that problem well put is half solved. I mentor a lot of startups. I go to a lot of competitions, and one thing I've noticed is the best startups are very in a good position to articulate their problem they are working on very well. So what are some of the things that can communicate very well this aspect of your pitch? I think you have to define very clearly the problem you're solving and the opportunity you're going for. And very important also, for who are you doing it? Who's the target for whom you're developing this thing? Now, it may seem quite obvious that it should be a 5-minute job or a 2-minute job to write this. But what I notice is that it is a very important statement of framing. A lot of the things that happen in a startup, if you don't frame it properly, then you end up spending time on things or doing things that further down the line you realize were not correct. So this is a very important framing aspect of the problem you're working on. I also suggest, and good pitches always do that, is they always contrast it with what is happening today. What are the current products and solutions, and how my solution and the problem I'm solving fits within that. And this is a very powerful technique because it really sort of creates a contrast for the problem you're solving. And a very winning aspect of great pitches is there is always an emotional connect to the problem. I can give you many, many examples. A startup who noticed a person in a very poor shape, almost drowning while cleaning a gutter, came up with this company called Bandicoot. Great story, great inspiration, great success company. We have an innovator who saw his father have a cardiac problem at home, not diagnosed in time. He came up with a very cheap 5 rupee cardiogram device. So all the best startups I have seen always have this emotional connect to the problem, and it's actually very, very powerful. And as we heard today, Dr. Jagdare and others speak, when the going gets tough, this emotional connect is like your battery source that keeps you going through the ups and downs of building a great company. And this is an aspect I've noticed a lot. So if there is an emotional connect, please bring it out in your presentation. It helps a lot. Moving on to assuming you have really articulated the problem very clearly, framed it properly, it comes to the solution. Now here, being engineers, a lot of people, a lot of students especially, take a very different view than what we look for. And I always suggest that instead of taking a very technical view of the solution, saying, oh, I'm using this database, I'm using this technology, I'm doing it this way, this is my architecture, it's not very helpful. It is important, but not that critical. So I always advise taking the customer's perspective. How can your solution make your customers a hero? And that really changes the tone and the structure of how you're presenting your solution. The other very valuable insight when you work with students is to have a framework where you have this value chain where you have value, you have benefits, and then you have features. Okay, so it's not something very easy to do upfront, but with a couple of discussions and couple of back and forth, I think it's quite valuable to do that. And these two aspects itself, if I go to a competition and I see 10 presentations from startups, 8 of them are sort of just giving their technical view of the solution, and then you'll find 2 or 3 of them talk about their customer's perspective and how their solutions adds value to the customer. And I think that's a very different view, 180-degree different view than most pitches students will make, for example. Don't give too much detail. I think it's highly avoidable to use 8-size font and give a lot of detail. So I would advise you to encourage your students to be brief and clear. And really, in many cases, there is an aha aspect, wow aspect, or got you aspect to it. And I think when you mentor your students, I would certainly encourage you to bring that out and help them to bring it out, because that's what actually sticks in the mind of the listener. And that's something I always take back from pitches is, wow, I remember that thing he had talked about, and now I can repeat that myself because it's so memorable. So that's another very important lesson that I can share is when I see lots of hundreds of pitches, that if it has this aha aspect, it always sticks in your mind. It seems obvious, but images, visuals are better. I have seen pitch decks where you can go through 80% of the slide deck, but still not know where the product is put on the body, for example, if it's a medtech product or things like that. So I think images, visuals are definitely better than lots of text. It really makes a big difference if you're in a competition and trying to pitch your ideas. And as I said earlier, if you can relate the solution to your personal experience, that really adds a wonderful differentiation to your pitch. So I highly encourage you to help your students to bring that out. So we have covered 3 aspects now. We heard a little bit about creativity and intelligence, and Albert Einstein famously said, creativity is intelligence having fun. So it's important that you have fun while doing this. and really bring out the fun aspects of what you're doing. So we have the problem well structured. We have the solution that nicely dovetails with the problem. Let's look at the initial understanding of the marketplace, right? So this is something that takes time to develop, but you can certainly make a good 50% understanding relatively quickly, and then it takes time to really solidify and flush it out in more detail. One of the things I do in my startup mentoring and coaching is also to clearly understand what business space are you in. Many product companies are actually not product companies, they are service companies. Many companies start as product companies but end up as service companies. So these type of positioning and understanding where you fit in the overall space, I think, is a very important conversation. And again, I come back to understanding the customer. Who's the buyer? Is it the government is the buyer? Is it the farmer the buyer? Is it a hospital that's the buyer? Is it the end customer that's the buyer? So a lot of value can be added, as we saw in the previous presentation, by asking the right question. And a lot of clarity, at least 30–40% clarity, comes only from these type of discussions. The next is more, I would say, more mechanical or simpler exercise. Always takes time to refine, but we have this concept of total available market, the served available market, and the share of the market share. This is quite important from downstream investing decisions, and it's never perfectly right. There's a lot of back and forth, a lot of discussion, but almost all the discussions are around the assumptions that startups make. A lot of them make assumptions, and as an investor, most of the time goes in discussing those assumptions. So I think it's very important that when you build these initial numbers, you articulate clearly the assumptions and have a good discussion around how good they are. And lastly, it's always helpful to relate to the macro trends, because this is something investors can very intuitively relate to, and it provides great insight into the things you're working on. And lastly, there's also an important element of timing, like why would this work now? Why didn't it work earlier? So these are just some initial checklist items that you can use with your students to develop the first one or two versions of the market opportunity. Obviously, to go into more detail will take more time and more deeper understanding of the market space, and probably some domain expertise will come in through the incubators and more downstream experts, angel investors and others. But you can certainly help your students with building a good understanding with this list. So I think we've all heard the early bird gets the worm, but there's something interesting which says that the second mouse gets the cheese. So you can only imagine what happened to the first mouse, where the second mouse got the cheese. So this brings me to the next aspect, which is a very good understanding of the competition and what are some of the competitive advantages you have. Now, you can see that we have moved to the second part of these components, because these things, initially you can do a quick pass, but do take time to develop advantages. But when it comes to investment decision, this becomes quite important. And the startup or the founder and their team understanding of what the competitive landscape looks like and their advantages becomes a very key factor in investment decisions. So very briefly, do you know who your main competitors are? Are you able to evaluate your strengths and weaknesses vis-a-vis the competitors? How are you different? Do you have intellectual property barriers? What are the other barriers to entry into the market? Also, related to my earlier second mouse gets the cheese, is who are the people who tried this before and failed? That's also a very powerful technique to understand what didn't work and why it would work this time. Because investors who see a lot of decks and have been around for a long time, they will say, oh, there was this 5 companies who tried this and all of them didn't succeed. How are you different from them? So these type of discussions will happen when you make an investment pitch for sure. So having a good understanding of the competitive landscape is very, very important. This usually happens a little bit later in the cycle. So I would suspect this is more likely to happen when your students have already articulated the problem, the solution, have done initial market understanding, have some view of the competition, but now they are really ready to move to the next steps of developing their company or their solutions. Moving on is obviously most important aspect of running a business is your business model. And there are multiple aspects to this. This itself is a 1-hour presentation or even more. So I've just sort of touched on the title of the chapters, if you will. Obviously, one is the revenue model. How are you going to make money? In many cases, actually, it's the market and the customers who will teach you, but you have to have some initial thesis on how you will make money. At the incubator, we work with the startups a lot on this aspect, because usually the technical aspects and the solution aspects are pretty much under control at that point and well understood. The second aspect is pricing. So how much should you price for the value you are creating? This is a very, very interesting aspect of building a company and bringing a solution to the marketplace. There are concepts of bundling, discounting, terms and conditions at which you can sell something. Certainly incubators will help startups. If you have startups who have gone through the first green phase and you recommend them to an incubator, as Professor Jagdale mentioned, then the incubation team will certainly work with these startups to develop these aspects in much greater detail before they face investors. Then you have the important aspect of how are you going to go to the market? What are your sales channels? What are your distribution models? Obviously, digital presence has become very important. And I think it was mentioned today in the earlier presentations, is getting the first customer. It's probably one of the hardest things for a startup to do, is to get the first customer. And that's where mentors become very important, because they can always introduce you to their professional networks where you can get access to the first customers. And the first 2 or 3 customers really sharpen the diamond, so to say. And you learn the most from those initial users and paying customers. And that's where I think India has progressed a lot in the last 5 years by building this network, both in the government, in the private sector, at incubators, in colleges. Each college is now building their own network of mentors, like we have done at Bhau Institute. So this network of mentors, network of alumni is very, very important that your institution builds, because they are the ones who will introduce your startups to the first customers. And very important aspect of go-to-market is how are you going to go to the market? Do you want to do everything yourself? Do you want to manufacture with somebody else? Do you want to create a JV with another partner? So these are all very important strategic decisions that companies and startups will make when they're deciding how to go to market. So what I've tried to do here is simply introduce you to the 4 or 5 very critical topics that get developed under this aspect of a great pitch that is going in for funding. Obviously, in a student presentation, it's unlikely that you will have this level of detail, but even if they've thought through some of the basic aspects of this, it's very, very interesting to hear their initial thoughts on how they would do this. And I highly encourage that you also have a discussion with your mentees or your students or your startups in your institutions on these 4 or 5 aspects. A very important aspect in decision or investing in a company is obviously the team, especially for angel investors like me. When we invest, we really don't have a whole lot to work with. We have some problem statement, we have some initial idea of what the solution might look like. We have some very basic numbers on the market. So in many, many cases, we are actually making a bet on the team. And we believe that the team is one who will make the other things happen. So I would highly encourage faculty to do matchmaking. I think I have seen many startups I have worked with that didn't go past 1 year or 2 years. And a lot of it happens because the team dynamics is not right when the team was created in the first place. So I believe as a faculty, you can have a huge influence on this aspect. So if you know your students well, and many times students will know each other from the same class, but they will not know the juniors. So if you can connect various, let's say a student who has come with an idea to you and is asking help to build a team, let's say a co-founder or 2 other co-founders, if you can play a role here, I think you would have added huge value to the ecosystem. Because this team creation upfront, if it's not done properly, then it's a huge cause of mortality down the line. And this is where you know the students, you know who the bright ones are, you know the strengths and weaknesses of the students. I think you can play a huge role in building great teams. But and especially initial investment, as I mentioned, a huge amount of weightage is put on the team and the members of the team because there's not much to look at the initial stages. So I just wanted to spend a bit more time on this aspect. In Africa, there is a wonderful saying that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, then go together. And certainly creating companies, creating successful ventures is definitely going far. It's a huge amount of personal commitment. And I think it's better to go together as a team than to go alone. And in fact, in at least my valuation of startups for investment, if it's a single founder company, that carries much more higher risk in the valuation than a co-founded company. So I think I've given enough thoughts here, and I think this is one area where faculty can play a huge role. Traction is the 8th sort of ingredient, if you will, of a great pitch that is going in for funding. It's obvious that when you're in the initial stages, you don't have much of this. But as you get some initial success stories, you can build a lot on this. So you can, start with some initial ideas of when you were created, what are the milestones you have met, and as you get more advanced, you get the first customers, you create partnerships, you win some initial competitions, like Professor Sastabudde mentioned, the various competitions now in India, almost 1 a month, 2 a month, 3 a month, and at least smaller ones are happening almost on a weekly basis. So if you won some of those competitions, I've seen this happen many, many times. Students have an idea, go to a hackathon, win the competition, and suddenly the doors open. So those things you can mention for student startups. Obviously, as you mature a little bit and are further downstream in your evolution, then you have customer success stories, testimonials, references. And obviously, as you go further down with bigger and bigger investors, as we saw in Dr. Gokhale's presentation, the hard numbers become very important. Your growth metrics, what has been your past performance, where are you today, where will you be in the next 12 months, 24 months, 36 months. These type of very hard numbers become more and more critical as you go in for bigger and bigger equity / investment rounds. But traction is important, and you will not have some initially, but as you spend some time and your ideas grow and your product grows and your customers grow, this will get nicely filled up and becomes a very, very important aspect of a pitch. Finally, if you're going in for a round of funding, the financials obviously become very critical. I will not spend much time on this because we had a full session on the financials. But I will just add one aspect to it, that from an investor's perspective, there is always a high level of, or some risk in the numbers that you have presented. That is very natural because there's lots of unknowns and you have made some good estimations and some assumptions. So that's fine. We all understand that. But what is important is to do what I call a P50 and a P90 exercise. So you can do your optimistic scenario as a 50% probability scenario, and your conservative scenario as a 90% probability of happening scenario. And this is a very powerful approach. It shows you the range of uncertainties, and investors are very happy when they see this type of scenarios because they can really work with you to narrow the uncertainties and reduce the risks in your future rounds of investment and funding. So I highly recommend that. It's almost impossible to get these numbers correct and when you make these projections. So it's always safe to have an optimistic scenario and a very high probability scenario. Lastly, if you're asking for money, I think we had a whole session on equity, debt. There are various instruments within which we make investments. Again, very important to explain how much money you need, why you need it, what are you going to use it for. And again, if you take a customer-centric view, what will be happening, that could be very, very useful. It's also important for second round and third round investors to know who the previous investors were, because it's a bit of networking that happens. People talk to each other when they make co-investments. All that they're trying to do is to minimize risk in their investment decisions. So it's important that you share this information also. And also very important to articulate to the investors exactly what are you going to be using the money for. You don't have to be precisely to the second decimal point. Even a few points are okay, but at least we should know that you're building a team, or you're building a factory, or you're ramping up the sales team. What are you using it for? This becomes very important because it really tells the story of how you're going to be scaling the company. And investors really want to make sure that the capital they're putting in is going into the right place at the right phase of the company. So I like cooking. I cook a lot. So what I've tried to do is to share with you a framework where there are these 10 aspects that you can work with students on to build great pitch materials. So if you will, in cooking analogy, you need to cook a few dishes, but there are many options of how you can mix and match the various spices and ingredients. So I hope you found this structure and this framework of materials and components useful. And I will end my slide by just touching on the other materials that we need. These days, it's very popular to do a 2-minute pitch or a 3-minute pitch, or sometimes even 5-minute pitch, but they're very short, extremely focused. I go to many of these events as a judge to pick the best startups. And you'll be amazed at how many students blow it up because they just spend way too much time on either the solution or just one aspect of the story. So I'm just sharing with you a structure that many companies, many startups I have worked with, mentored, they write these things down, they practice it, they go for competitions, and their success rate is completely changed from the things they were trying before. So you can start with exactly the problem you're solving. Just an image or two can make a huge difference. And just spend 1 or 2 sentences on these key aspects, the key 10 aspects that we looked at. If you have 5 minutes, obviously you can spend a bit more on each, but be ready to just have a very quick 2-3 sentences on each. What is important is to cover everything. You'll be amazed that 60-70% of the students just cover 2 things and just don't use their time allocated in a proper way. So hopefully you can use this to prepare your students to go to different competitions, win some awards and prizes. That's a great motivator for them to pursue their endeavors. And it's a great validation for them to even win a 3rd prize, 2nd prize, 1st prize. And it just rolls from there. Their confidence builds, the team gets excited, and they just continue and continue and continue. I'll just wrap this up. I have 10 minutes left. In many cases, after you have made an investment pitch, we will ask for a pitch deck, or before, many people, they will look me up on LinkedIn or just send an introduction email saying, I would like to talk to you. My first response is, can you send me a 1-pager? And so you can see the 10 aspects, and this is just one way you can be creative, and you can, show your creativity. You can put it in different ways, but essentially what you want to do is include the key points. Keep it simple. Don't make it too complex, because we read about 2 or 3 a day. And if it's not simple, then we have to spend a lot of time to dig in and do some nice look and feel. And one tip I always give is to try it out. Try it out with your friends, try it out with your professors, try different professors, get their feedback. And very quickly, within 2 or 3 feedback loops, you can have a very nice 1-pager you can start sending around to people who ask for it. So I'm wrapping up. I've been to many competitions, invested in many companies, read a lot of pitch decks a week. If I had to summarize it, essentially, what are the great pitch decks that come across and that really grab you, is that they really open the mind of the listener to your vision, and really get the listener excited to know more about you, and to find ways to work with you. So in spite of all these details, if you're not able to package it together, when you're able to do this.
Sanjay sir, excuse me.
Yes.
Sorry to disturb you. Sir, you have time up to 4:20, so you can continue.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Second aspect is to avoid the natural instinct of students and engineers like us, like me, to really give a lot of detail. That's one thing faculty can really help the student, is to cut down on the detail. I see a huge amount of student presentations with just enormous detail that is not needed. So if you want your students from your institution to win competitions, to go with their ideas to the next stage, really keep it concise, to the point, keep it visual, and really do not give the 5-6 levels of details, because the ability of the listener to grasp that level of details in the first meeting is very difficult. So keep it precise, concise, beautiful, and I think certainly your probability of success will go up tremendously. The third aspect, I would say, in my experience, is that great presentations, great pitches, they always start with a bang to grab your attention, your interest. There's a very logical progression from those various aspects we look at. All of them seem connected to each other. Very little contradiction between what has been said on slide 3 versus what has been said on slide 5. So it may not have the detail, but it's very logically threaded together. So it just feels like, very beautiful pearls in a necklace. It just logically is connected end to end. So when you flip through the slides from beginning to the end, it all like logically connects together in a beautiful story. And then obviously you have to climax with a nice call for action. Don't leave a slide with thank you or things like that, because you really lose the opportunity to create action. So I always recommend my mentees to ask what you want at the last slide and ask it clearly, and end with that. And I think we touched upon some of these aspects today in the various presentations. Really the best pitch decks that win competitions, get funding, really come to the top of the pyramid, so to say, have this wonderful balance of what I call the head, which is the logic, the heart, which is the emotion, and which is the gut, which is the intuition. So really like a good dish that is enjoyed enormously. It really has this wonderful mix of these three things, and really grabs the attention of the listener. They will immediately give you your phone number, immediately ask you to get in touch or take your phone number, and immediately call you the next week, set up a meeting, and things roll from there. So in my several years of mentoring startups, working with them, I've tried to summarize sort of the secret mix, if you will, that makes for a great pitch, a very successful outcome-driven pitch. These things, if you're mentoring your startups, your ideas from your institution, can really help them to come to the next level in the ecosystem. And I hope you will find this helpful as well. Lastly, many times I've also seen you do all the right things, but things sometimes still don't work. So you have to learn from each opportunity, and just with the spirit of keep going, getting better, learning from each step, get better, ask for feedback. But Andrew Grove, who was one of my favorite management persons I learned a lot from, he was the CEO of Intel, and he beautifully said something which I will share with you, is how well we communicate is determined not by how well we say things, but by how well we are understood. So I think this is very important, that you, when you're a presenter, you take the listener's view and try to really get to their mind and their heart. With that, I will stop here, and I really have one desire, that all of you can really help your students, and I really want to see you spark 1,000 entrepreneurial journeys across Maharashtra, across India, and you just light the spark. The ecosystem will help you. All these incubators that have been presented have been invested in. People like me who are investors, we have had successful careers. We want to give back to society. We are all available to build a very successful India, a very successful startup ecosystem, the best in the world. But you have to light the spark. You are the first persons the student will come and talk to. And I really hope that this material I've shared with you will help you to light these 1,000 lamps and really get the students started with their entrepreneurial journeys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There is one question in chat box.
I will go to the chat box.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, sir. The material will be shared for sure.
Sir, the question. Sorry.
Yes, I was just responding to some of the questions. Yes, the material will be shared for sure through Professor Karnik and the COEP.
Yes, sir.
Innovation
Yes, sir.
Council
We
team.
will share, sir. No problem.
Yes. So Dr. Nita Doshi has asked a question. Can you give one example of P90 and P50? Yes, sure. So let's say that you have a product, you have a great solution, you have built it out, you have some initial customers, maybe you have had some initial funding from an angel, and now you're going in for a seed round. When it comes to financials, the first thing we will look for is what are your projections like, okay? So typically what people will do is they will do a bottoms up exercise saying, by this quarter or by this year, I will have so many customers, and with this pricing assumption, I will have so much revenue, for example. Now, based on the assumptions, you can come up with a very high number, a very optimistic number, or a more conservative number. What you want to do is come up with two numbers where collectively, as an investor, as an entrepreneur, you agree that there is a 90% probability that this number will be achieved. The P50 number is a more aggressive number, or more optimistic number, which has a lower probability of happening, but it gives you the upper range of what's possible, okay? So that's kind of an example of building two scenarios instead of getting stuck with one hard number that's very difficult to explain. It's essentially you are projecting two numbers or two curves for the growth, and the investors usually will have a very good sense of what is the probability that where on this range of numbers is likely to happen, and that they're comfortable with taking the risks that are evident in their valuation to reach. So I hope, Dr. Doshi, that's an example you can relate to. The core idea is not to give one number, but to give two numbers that you are confident and give you an upper bound of optimism and a highly reachable number. Yes.
Thank you, Sanjay sir. You nicely explains the market opportunity USB and how to pitch in 30 seconds, and yes, correctly pointed out how where students are lagging in pitching. So thank you for your wonderful session, sir.
Yeah, most welcome. It's a great pleasure, and please, I request you to help the students. And listen, reality is that sometimes you may feel that you are not able to help them further, my humble request is not to give up on them, but to please connect them to the ecosystem. Please connect them to the various ecosystem partners, the incubators, and just push them down the support line, and we will take over from the incubator side, from the angel investment community, and really help them to go to the next step. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We will do like that. And it was a very informative session. The feedback in the chat also, many of them have written that it was a very good session. And you elaborated on all the aspects of pitching. It was really a good session for us to understand what is required while pitching and how to guide the students for this. It was really good. Thanks a lot for sparing your time and attending the session, attending the all sessions in a day.
It's a great pleasure. Thank you so much.
So I would like to say that Sanjay Kanvinde sir is our alumni, and we have a great support from our alumni in all our ESL programs. And Sanjay Kanvinde sir is our pillar of support. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Let's continue the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over to participant, your attendance link will be floated at the end of valedictory ceremony. Our valedictory ceremony will start at 4:45. By the time one question quiz link is shared in chat box, so you can attempt that quiz. And yes, though if any one of you is interested in giving feedback
Or say something about the program.
So you are welcome. You can write your name in chat box. We'll unmute you. You can write your name in chat box. We'll unmute you. Thank you.
Anybody of you, if anybody of you is interested in giving the feedback or say about the sessions, you are requested to do so. You can please raise your hand and we will unmute you. Or you can type in the chat box your name. Dr. Shehnaz, would you like to say something?
Yeah, good afternoon, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are very much audible.
Yeah.
And welcome to the session.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, madam. Actually, I didn't expect at all that the lecture would have been in this format or in this fashion. I was expecting that it will be a routine like how to go with startup, etc., etc. But it was very innovative. The lecture itself was very innovative. The way Sanjay sir has explained, like it's very amazing. We all. It should have been in this way only, because what I had expected that it would be a traditional webinar or it would be a traditional FDP where the speaker will come and where the speaker will tell about something startup, some entrepreneurship, etc., kind of thing, innovation kind of thing. But this total FDP, in fact this Sanjay sir's lecture and the previous lectures also, they were so different, they were so innovative, and they were brainstorming kind of sessions, and they this particular session, they had really encouraged us and motivated us to really work for students. So I really appreciate the way the speaker has chosen the topic and the way you have organized the webinar and the way Sanjay sir has explained the things. Wonderful, excellent. It's like, mind blowing.
Thank you,
madam.
madam.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Would anybody like to give a feedback? Abhijit, Abhijit Dandavate. Yes, you have been unmuted, Mr. Abhijit Dandavate.
Yeah, thanks a lot, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Somehow, though I missed the morning session due to admission scenario, but however, attended afternoon sessions. I'm involved in industry institute interaction in my college. For startup, our college has developed a drone technology, and I'm working on incubators for the babies, which can be controlled remotely with the help of the doctors in the rural areas. So I was very much keen to attend this and get the inputs through this. And these sessions have really helped me. It have been eye-opening experience for me, and I know how develop new ideas through this session. And I'm sure this I'm going to disseminate to my students. So it is going to be really, really fruitful for me, and I'm really thankful for the kind of experts who have been involved in this. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appa Saheb Patsarni. You have been unmuted.
Uh, Good evening, all of you. It is audible?
Yes, 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 sir. You are audible.
Okay. I attended all the sessions. Whatever all the sessions are good, explanatory, and it is basically a two-way learning, and there is a good involvement. Whatever the afternoon session, that design thinking session, basically I already undergo training for this session in industry, and it is very good session, but I think the time whatever allocated for this session is less. If you arrange this session for all the faculties, it will have a good positive impact for all the faculty and to how engage the student on the both the way, and it is also good life learning skill for use in day-to-day life. That is design thinking technology. And the last session, that is the effective pitching, it is also again a day-to-day learning life skill, and it is a very good session how we present our idea in front of the mass public, and how we can uh, 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 collect the funding, or we can impress with this short notes with the people, and we attract the attention to our problem, and how we can uh, resolve this problem of the people by putting the effective pitching. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have taken your suggestion positively that we will try to arrange a session for students and faculty on design thinking. Thanks a lot for your comments. Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that there is no other request for giving feedback. So our valedictory session is going to start at 4:45 actually, and we have Professor Milind Atre from IIT Mumbai joining us for the valedictory, and he will also be talking about his experiences in innovation and entrepreneurship. And we will be sharing the attendance link at the end of the valedictory, which is linked to the generation of certificates. So you all are requested to stay tuned, attend the valedictory function, and then we will part. Thanks a lot for attending all the sessions. And because of your presence, all the sessions have become good. Though you are giving us good feedback, they all are because of you. Had you not been there, this all would not have been possible. So I really thank from the bottom of my heart for sparing time and attending the sessions. Thank you very much, and we will meet again at the valedictory. Thank you. A very good evening to all of you participants. I hope you all are there for the hello. A very good evening to all of you. This is our concluding session, and we are at the back.
Hello. Are we going to start, madam?
Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello.
Right. Good afternoon. This is Professor Atray here from IIT Bombay.
Sir, welcome, sir.
Okay.
Sir.
I'm on the correct group. Right.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can.
So this is we are at the back end of this FDP. This is the valedictory session, and we have with us Professor Milind Atre as the chief guest. I will just give you a brief account what happened in the whole day. We had the inauguration with Professor A.D. Sahasrabuddhe, and he told us to sow the seeds of innovation and entrepreneurship in the minds of the students. We had Dr. Rajendra Jagdale, CEO Science and Technology Park. He talked about the startup ecosystem in Maharashtra, also in India, and even over the globe. We had Mr. Shantanu Gokhale, who talked about the finance, how to get the finance for the startups. And after that, we had Dr. Pawan Soni, who told us about different types of thinking like critical thinking, parallel thinking. Then he also talked about design thinking. And lastly, the last session was of Mr. Sanjay Kalminde, who told us about the various aspects of pitching and how effectively we can pitch our idea so that we can get the finance. So with this now we are concluding. I will, I welcome Professor Milind Atre to this valedictory session. Professor Milind Atre is currently the Dean R&D of IIT Bombay and Institute Chair Professor working in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Bombay. Before taking charge as a Dean R&D, he was Professor in charge of Society of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, a business incubator at IIT Bombay. He is closely associated with Desai Sethi School of Entrepreneurship since its inception and teaches in entrepreneurship courses as well as outreach programs. Earlier, Professor Atre acquired hands-on experience in technology development and product innovation through his stints at Tata Research Development and Design Center, Pune. Also in the Raja Ramanna Center for Advanced Technology in Rome, University of Gießen, Germany, and Oxford Instruments Superconductivity, UK. At IITB, he developed various pulse tube cryocoolers, mixed refrigerants, Joule Thomson cryocoolers, and thermoacoustic coolers supported by AST and ISRO. He has many such developments to his credit, and he also has lot of awards and honors, including Fellowship of the Institute of Mechanical Engineers UK, Dr. P.K. Patwardhan Technology Development Award, and IRCC Industrial Impact Award at IIT. So I welcome you, Professor Akre, and over to you, sir.
Right. Thank you very much. I suppose you are Dr. Madhuri Karnik.
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Karnik, for introducing me. And thank you also for having me invited for this function. I think it's a very important initiative from your side, which is embedding innovation and entrepreneurship in higher education institutions. Although it's only a one-day FDP, I would have expected that this can actually go for a week, at least for a week, and each aspect of US. And I didn't see aspect related to IP in this, which I consider very important. But nevertheless, in one day, you cannot give all the inputs. And most of the faculty members must be associated with entrepreneur-related activities in their respective colleges. Are they all faculty members, or they are also from institutes, or they're also from private companies or entrepreneurs?
No, sir, they are all technical teachers.
They're all
Teachers from engineering colleges, faculty
okay.
from engineering
Right,
colleges.
right. So yeah, I can understand. Therefore, the connect is basically to the faculty members. Very important for such initiatives on behalf of COEP, and I think this should be more and this should be conducted more often. And importantly, most of these professors where they belong to, their institution should believe in entrepreneurship. We all talk about entrepreneurship, but the action has to happen from top. And unless that happens, unless that those relevant people get involved and they understand the entrepreneurship, nothing can happen. So very important that the institutional top bosses, the directors, the principals should definitely welcome this activity first, and then only one can see that this will sort of go into the student community much in a much better way. So before I give a small so-called speech, I don't want to call a speech, but I would like to sort of summarize what could be done, what are the essentials of entrepreneurship, which you possibly have heard for the entire day today. But yesterday or today also there was a news that a company called Idea Forge, the students who graduated from IIT Bombay in 2007, who actually I remember were interested in the robotics and all that thing, got an order of 130 crores for drones to be developed in India and for Indian defense system. Now these students were 2007, and I know firsthand because they were incubated in Sign, our incubator, and they came up with an idea of actually robotics related idea, but eventually they turned and went in a direction that is what we call as pivoting in entrepreneurship language. They pivoted and they changed the product twice, not only once but two times, and ultimately they land up in unmanned aerial vehicle or the drones. Today they've got a staff of almost 300 to 400 people and turnover of almost 250 crores plus, and they are the one who bagged this order, not only because they were from India, but they competed with the best in the world, and they will deliver best drones, which are very much required. And under the Atmanirbhar thing, the technology is ours, the sensors are ours, and everything is ours. So these are the most welcoming things. Can you imagine the students who are just touching 30 right now and bagging an order of 130 crores? So fantastic achievement for this. Somebody said, I don't have a PPT. I don't want to have PPT, but I just want to chat with you. Now, these company now understand the importance of research. And this is where I would like to sort of focus my talk today, that entrepreneurship is important. And I am basically talking more about, I could more talk about the technology-based entrepreneurship because we all belong to mostly technology institutions. And therefore, even if the entrepreneurs come out, the research has to continue. The research has to continue, and research is an essential component of entrepreneurship because innovation is very important, and innovation comes only when research happens. So, importantly, these are the students now at the age of 30. They have come on the research park that has been developed at IIT Bombay. So, research park is now not the incubator. Incubator is for startups. The research park is for industries. So we believe that our PhD problems should come from industries, and therefore we have actually opened an office. A 16-storied building is coming on the campus of IIT Bombay, where industries will come together. And here Tata Motors, Tata Power, DRDOs, and L&T, and everybody is coming basically to house to come closer to work with academic institutes. And they will come here. They can come here only when they got a project with IIT Bombay. And this is in line with what Research Park has come in IIT Madras also. All right, so not only incubator, but now research park is the important thing. And these people, the Idea Forge, have actually come in the research park so that they will continue with their research with the professors and students from IIT Bombay. So this is an essential requirement that entrepreneurship is fine, but before entrepreneurship happens, the research has to happen or the innovation. When I say research, I don't mean PhDs, I don't mean masters. The research means actually in-depth study of a problem and to find solutions. And solutions have to be cost effective, which is very, very important. With this background and with the story of Idea Forge, and you can read or Google today's newspapers or just Google Idea Forge, and you'll get all the whereabouts of this company and the order of $20 million that they have back today from Indian Defense Services. Why are we talking about entrepreneurship these days? When we graduated, I graduated in 80s. I couldn't actually spell even entrepreneurship or even possibly the word. I had not, I don't remember now where I had heard the word. But before 2000, the success was basically depends on campus interview. So in a campus, and I belong to an era where there were no private colleges at all. Basically. So we had only government colleges in Maharashtra. We had only 4 or 5, 5 or 6 colleges, government colleges. I was at VNIT Nagpur, and at that time, the only success that you can possibly call, or a successful person that you can possibly call, will be a good campus placement, and getting a salary of, let's say, 1,500 plus per month that time. So getting a job in a Tata's or some Ashok Leyland or Bajaj or Max possibly, because those were the only companies then who used to come for big campus interviews. And of course, we had good campus placements happening down then. And because there were not many colleges also. So that was a kind of success written. But gone are the days now that everybody wants to basically join the, in a campus interview. Things have changed drastically after 2004, 2005. When we found that Tatas cannot give any more jobs that the number that we had earlier, number of engineers have increased so much, and the cheap engineers availability also has increased with time. A lot of engineers actually have been taken away by software development people, and therefore the real hands-on work was actually left to be desired to be done by so-called other engineers. Therefore, it was understood that we can't get jobs in the campus placement like that. You have to, if you want to have engineering jobs, you have to basically become an entrepreneur. Slowly, of course, with time, the academic institute started talking about times and understand in 2002 or 3 only IIT Bombay started a sign incubator. So in those days when manufacturing segment was booming, we understood that this is the time when we have to start, because it all started with computer science and we are not getting faculty members because every faculty member was actually starting a company. Then we thought, why not have the faculty members here and let them start a company also, so that both the aspects of good teaching and of course starting a company and therefore generating jobs right on the campus will be possible. With this intention, we understood that this is a place, or the academic institute is a place where the youth, the young members are coming together. They live in hostel, they work together, they spend 10 hours together, and this is the place where ideation can happen. This is the place where innovations can happen. This is a place where they work together in labs, they discuss, they form a team, the like-minded people come together and sharing of thoughts happen. And that's why after 2000, I mean, really some funds started flowing in Indian academic institutes. We started talking about entrepreneurship here. The power of youth is very important. Employment news is very important. But the real conditions, real questions came that our youth, our young graduates, when they go to US and when they go in valleys, they are doing fantastically well, but they are not doing so well in Indian context. What is the reason? I mean, they are all in Google and Adobe's and Mastercards and everywhere, but they're all in biomedical institution. They're at Stanford's, but why are they not doing anything in Indian context? So the question came that we don't have a startup ecosystem. We never actually gave attention to an ecosystem development in the Indian context. So the question, if we can give a competing ecosystem right here in Indian context, these are the very students who can actually deliver or can develop some products which are required in Indian context. The requirement in Indian thing is always twofold. One is not only it has to be innovative, but the second thing, it has to have a minimum cost barriers. So it has to be cheaper. So our medical devices, for example, cannot be very costly. It has to be sort of borne by the middle class people also, and therefore the cost of healthcare devices, the cost of a healthcare treatment, cost of Indian drug, for example, COVID drug costing only 200 rupees as against 20 pounds or 50 pounds in UK, for example. So these are all making difference basically because the Indian context, the cost of manufacturing is pretty less as compared to what it is in the Western world, merely because we've got a talented hands. Only thing these talented hands need good directions. And therefore, such FDPs can definitely help the faculty members, and the faculty members in return can actually help students to understand this possibility. So with this thought, we thought that in Indian context, we got so much of critical mass sitting down here. Why not we use them and we teach them also at the same time? The basic important second question I would like to answer is, can entrepreneurship be taught? You are all teachers. Can you teach entrepreneurship? This is something, asking a student who can't understand the classical music or any music, but asking him to sing, him or her to sing. So singing has to be inborn. I'm sure you understand what I mean, the concept of scale, for example. If you can't understand the lower octet and the middle octet and the higher octet, you can't expect anybody to sing. Similarly, entrepreneurship is in somebody's genes. Everybody cannot be entrepreneurs. Only 2 or 3% students can possibly be entrepreneurs because they understand they understand the concept of business. All right. So not only one has to have a special intentions that I want to become entrepreneur just because he feels that it's not possible. You have to understand the essentials of entrepreneur knowledge. So the way I talked about that, even if you know music, even if you understand music, you need training. Very important, you need training. And this is what entrepreneurship, that you have to be an inborn entrepreneur. But even if you are inborn entrepreneur, you can actually, just barely float, but you can't go ahead. You can just float on the water, but you need somebody to coach. You need somebody to sort of help you. You need somebody to mentor you. And therefore, you actually require some training. And with this aspect, we actually started training entrepreneurship here on the campus. And 2015, we actually started a DS Center for Entrepreneurship, where we actually give undergraduate minor degree in entrepreneurship. This has become so popular that more than 250 students are registered for last 5 years, but not all of them want to become entrepreneurs. So, see, becoming entrepreneur and to be entrepreneurial are two different things. Every company would like their employees or their managers to be entrepreneurial. That means they would like those people to be sort of risk taking. They would like them to understand whether I should go in this direction or that direction. They would like to understand what are the do's and don'ts associated with this path and that path. So importantly, not becoming entrepreneurs is not must, but to be an entrepreneur is important for any engineering college students or any student for that matter who should actually, think about in a correct direction, basically. So I'll feel always that what you should teach is how to be entrepreneurial in your thinking. We become entrepreneurs, a small percentage of students will become, but essentials of entrepreneurship have to be understood by the students. Now, in a college like yours, in a campus like ours, we got around 12,000 students sitting on a campus. They eat, have a breakfast together, they have lunch together, they have dinner together, they are together in canteens, they are together in chai tapris. All right, barring the COVID path, unfortunate COVID period that we are passing through, but they are always together. Now, knowing themselves together, being together, they actually can gauge each other very well. So the sharing happens here, and the team can happen here. The teams can happen here basically, and this is the place where you get a critical mass together. So not only important is the teaching of entrepreneurs, but exchanging ideas, sharing of thought process also is essential, very very important, right? Many times, when I teach here, for example, thermodynamics, I teach in mechanical engineering. I can possibly teach 50%, but the remaining 50%, the students learn while talking amongst themselves, exchanging idea with themselves, solving a problem together many times. And I'm sure that whatever problems I give, that they are solving on their own, but they actually can communicate with others, and they can solve the problem only when 2 or 3 people come together, and that is where the exchange of ideas happen. So I see that thing happening all the way. We have got sign here. I was in charge of sign for more than 6.5 years almost. And I've seen several students coming together. But your best friend cannot be the best colleague in entrepreneurs. He can't be your co-worker. He can't be a co-founder. Because the moment money comes into picture, your best friend, have a different problems now, different initiatives. So even if I identify a person, if I identify a co-founder who is equally passionate about the idea that one has in mind for entrepreneurship. So we have seen several students coming together with a problem statement. However, when they get success, the success stories actually many times drift them apart, and then the problem many times is sticky. And we have got several examples. In fact, many times the police action had to happen because there were problems of that nature also. If I were to go ahead for let's say next 10 or 15 minutes, I will talk about the entrepreneurship has got three important essential elements, which will not come from books, but I am talking all this with my experience. It's an art. It has to have, one has to be artistic to understand the opportunity. You have to see the opportunity. You have to see the problem statement will not come ready-made in front of the students or in front of faculty members also. It's like choosing a topic of research for your PhD. Choosing a topic of research which is coming from your supervisor sometimes may not be that worthy enough, but if you choose your problem yourself, it has got much more weightage. So if I want to do an entrepreneurial activity, I should be able to sense an opportunity. For example, many times I feel that moment I cross IIT Bombay's main gate, we got huge traffic. There are 7 lanes coming together, and any of you who have actually visited IIT Bombay, the moment we are inside the campus in a heaven actually, but moment we cross or try to cross the main gate, there are 7 roads coming up and down, and crossing these roads, especially for a person who is above 60 or a senior citizen, is next to impossible, literally. And there I always feel that why not we use some vision, computer vision, or some artificial intelligence and all those things, wherein walking or crossing this signal, where 7 lanes come together, is such a dangerous thing. And every week we have got a problem there. Every week some construction is happening. Every week some metro lane is happening. Every week some plumbing is happening. And to add to all these woes, I'm saying that this is next to impossible. So this is the opportunity. This is an opportunity possibly. Can we have something aerial which can? But the older people cannot walk the bridge there, the FOBs that have come there. Similarly, when I see a small issue with, let's say, if I talk about, let's say, drunken driving, and this is very common these days. The drunken driving can an automobile that doesn't sense alcohol right to the driving street. So if there's a drunken driving case, I believe right in the driving wheel, can we not have a sensor which actually senses alcohol, and the moment the alcohol sense there beyond a particular regime, it can actually send a message to the next police station, basically, where the police can actually wait for the person to get rid of him while driving. There are small opportunities, but one has to actually play very important. How do we make it cost effective and all those things. So please think about such problems and such opportunities, and this is an art. If you see the art to sense and to see the problem statement and they convert this problem statement into an opportunity, and then go for the next level and all that thing. But sensing the problem statement itself is a very important. The next thing I'll come is basically research. So I say always art, research, and leadership. Very important things. So research is something which is very important. That, and again I'll say research is, I don't mean degrees, I don't mean PhDs, I don't mean MTechs, I don't mean even engineering for that matter. Basically, any undergraduate degree or something like that. The research is basically how will the solutions come out. So if there's a problem that you have sensed, what are the 3 or 4 solutions that you have in your mind, and out of these 3 or 4 solutions, which one do you actually take your path ahead, which will be cost effectiveness, which will be sustainable solution, and which will actually fetch you good business. These are very important thing, and this is where you require research. This is where you require data. This is where you require background work. This is where you require literature, meeting other people, communication skills, and all those things. So research actually will give you some solutions, and these solutions is not one-time solution. These solutions will change over a period of time. Okay, so art, research, and third thing I always believe is a leadership quality. So one has to have a leadership quality to sort of take an entrepreneurial venture ahead. So having sense a problem, having sense an opportunity, having found a solution. Even if you have found a solution, you can't be an entrepreneur. You have to have those leadership abilities or qualities where it actually will help you to form a team, get a finance, understand IP, communication skill, meeting out people, sales, marketing, and all those things. So All those things I will call it leadership. So I think these are very important, research and entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship is basically art of research and leadership. Please see that there are some boys, when you teach in a class, you always find there are 2 or 3 boys or girls who are actually having leadership material. They may not be excellent 9 pointers in your class. They may not be even 8.5 pointers. They will be 7 pointers, 6.5 pointers. But they're excellent leaders. Excellent leaders, and these are the people actually who can essentially, take the entrepreneurial business. So 9 pointers will give you faculty members like yourself and myself. All right, but the 6 pointers actually will give you a lot of alumni and actually will give you a lot of money basically in the time to come. So we always believe in IIT that 6 pointers are going to be our alumni who will give funds, and the 9 pointers will possibly come back as faculty members, and both are important therefore. So please see that. Now I wanted to give a few examples where I've seen the travel of such a startup very close. For example, StudyMac. StudyMac is right in Pune right now. It's a 300 crore venture, sharing a wall with Volkswagen in Jharkhand in Pune. This company has been founded by one of my colleagues who teaches in mechanical engineering, and he and his 4 PhD students, after the PhD work, they started a company. Again, came from Science, 2012 or 13. Again, they are now 400 crores company. They are now actually going into Europe and going to US also. They make only controllers. Now, this company, as I said, the professor took a back seat. The professor and the students came together. The professor and the PhD students came together. Having seen the kind of a what should I say, MVP, they had a POC done in the lab, but then they understood that this has a good scope. The professor took a back seat. The student took the front seat, and the student actually drove the entire unit. It's a perfect combination, which I believe if all the faculty members here, if you got an IP sitting with you, if you got some kind of a technology sitting with you, when I say IP, it's knowledge also. It's not a patents only, right? It's not a only filed patent, granted patent, something like that, but it is a know-how which is also very important. In my office here at IIT Bombay, I do all the licensing business. We always transfer IPs to other places, but know-how also becomes very important. Intellectual property, right? The copyrights and the traditional uh, intellectual property, but in addition to that, even know-how is very important. So all of you, I'm sure you have your IP, your knowledge sitting with you, your know-how is sitting with you. With this team, if suppose you find bright young kids coming together, all right, so they can always the front runners for you, but the faculty members can always take a black sheep. In several colleges I see now, the faculty members, especially young faculty members, are coming with good ideas. In fact, I see right now at IITs a lot of faculty members who are returning from US. They are joining IIT Bombay because they know that they want to start a venture here, and that's a new input or new thing that we also see, that would they like to be an entrepreneur here, because we would like to encourage entrepreneurship amongst faculty members, and we always believe that the Stanford model works. Stanford, 60% of the faculty members are entrepreneurs, and therefore accordingly the problem statements for their masters, for their PhD, or their postdocs also become an applied problem. And I believe at in R&D here, my 10 year down the line, all the PhD statement that we have here should actually be governed by the industry needs. So I always want that this should be governed by the PhD. This problem should come actually from the industry. Very important. So the area, again, next example I would like to have from going ahead from StudyMac is atom bulb. You may have heard of atom bulb, and atom bulb fans are available right now, right? So the BLDC motor that they have come up with, we have got in all our hostels right now, the fans developed by atom bulb. They got the last year award of young entrepreneurs, economic times young entrepreneurs, and now they again have come here in Research Park. They are a company of almost 400 people right now, right here in New Bombay. But again, is a chap MTech dual degree student from IIT Bombay, and not even crossed 30. Can you imagine? And these are the students who are actually taking the next level on entrepreneurial venture. He's talking about already going for the different product already. Various areas coming up. Cyber security, very important. Artificial intelligence, machine analytics, data analytics. They're all going to be very important in the time to come. So such FDPs, like what you have done, is very important for the exchange of thoughts, students, but I would liked to have some students team coming forward in front of you and giving a small pitch or talking about their product. Also very important that they have their experience in what way the institute actually has helped them and in what way they feel that institute couldn't help them. And some, not that everything could be offered by the institute, but there are many things that institute can offer, of which a few things could be offered today, but in the time to come we can offer a lot of things. So the institute can actually take a feedback, and a very important, I believe that institute can offer is a mentor, is mentors, because your alumni are so much. I mean, COEP is such a reputed college, so I believe such alumni who have become big with the businesses and all that thing, they can be offering good mentors. And the role of mentors also I would like to specify here. And amongst you, I'm sure there will be various mentors. The mentors are not the coach. Please understand, the mentors are not the coach. All right, so they are not Ian Chappell or Ravi Shastri who are actually visiting with the team, but they are like Sunil Gavaskar who say coach for Sachin Tendulkar or Rahul Dravid, for example. So they are actually role models. The mentors should be role models. They are not going to take everyday. They are not going to give everyday advice to the companies. They are not going to micromanage the company or the decision making, but they are going to help whenever there is a problem. Whenever there is a problem, the team should feel like coming to them and take their advice. What they should have is a lot of experience and a lot of patience. Very important. So mentors can be offered by institute like yours. And when you go back to your institute, also make a list of the alumni who have become big entrepreneurs. And when I say big, when they've crossed 25 crores, is big enough to sort of guide youngsters. But the youngsters should actually be able to find the role models. Very important role model requirements. So I think the colleges should definitely have a mechanism of promoting entrepreneurship. When you go back with the knowledge that you have got this today, basically, I'm sure all of you would like to have a similar kind of a setup running in your institutions down there. But what is most important is to have a mechanism. This is the entrepreneurship can easily have a risk of getting associated as hobby club. And I have made a very important distinction here that our incubator cannot have any other group other than the company. So if they want to come down here, they will come as a company. They should have their POC already. They should have actually developed a product or a technology, then they should walk in. Because the moment you start a company, you become more serious. But I've seen at various places, it becomes a hobby club. Hobby club is till the time they get placement, they do some activities to write on their CV. And with that, activities, they write their CV and get a job. We don't want that kind of thing. We want people to say no to Google. We want people to say no to Facebook, and want them to sit here because they want to become entrepreneurs. So, in spite of having so many possibilities of jobs anywhere in the world, we would like them to come here to start an entrepreneurial venture, so that they use their IP and become Atmanirbhar Bharat that we are all talking about. So, an institute like yours should actually be able to give the infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, is the labs, a professor in charge who will actually see that entrepreneurial activities happen on the campus. Of course, inspirational lectures, e-cell activities, and all that thing. But in addition to that, of course, the funds requirement have to be there. So they have to come up with some kind of a technology, and one should not consider developing an app as an entrepreneurial venture. According to me, app is just an object to sort of play with, but there are big technology should be involved behind that. It should be a controller, it should be a robotic arm, some kind of a even a platform, but it should sense a good opportunity. But I will always have a technology or a hardware development that has to be considered. A product that we very much want in Indian context of utility, of having some end application requirements. But the professors have to bring correct mentor, because not that you can all be mentors, and possibly you can help them only on the front of technology or some connections. But importantly, if you could get connect mentor in the field that we have been talking about, very important. For example, healthcare. We believe healthcare. We got several companies in IIT around healthcare right now, and healthcare required a completely different segmental, because there are so many compliances that are required. So we have to make make them understand about those compliances. What is phase 1, phase 2, and all those trials that we are talking about COVID right now. So all these things are applicable to all the healthcare requirements. At IIT also I worry about ethical clearances. Everything that you want to use on human beings have to get ethical clearances. Even the paper will not get published nowadays unless you got ethical clearance for that kind of research. If there are animals, human beings, etc. are being used right now. So ethical clearance, you got ethics committee here, very important committee. All these are requirements. Similarly, when we have electronics, when you are in Pune, for example, where everybody is available. I mean, you got all the mechanical, electrical, electronics, computer science people sitting down there. You could actually take help of that thing, have a good mentors around COEP, and actually utilize their abilities to talk to students and inspire the students. Inspiration is very, very important. So I think I'll not talk much, but maybe Dr. Karnik, if you allow me, I can take a few questions. And then I got a lecture at 5:30 then for the tech students. So please, I'll leave at around 5:25 or 5:27. But I would be happy to take one or two questions.
One or two questions.
Must have got bored for the entire day.
I think, sir, is there anybody who wants to say something or ask any question? You can please type in.
Or even comments from them is very important.
Yes, you can even comment. Sir, Dr. Shekhar is asking how Sign is attaching or helping other incubation centers.
Yeah, so, well, if you know BETIC also, so by incubator at IIT Bombay, and BETIC is for healthcare. It is at COEP Pune also, VNIT Nagpur also, and some private colleges also. So yes, Sign is actually helping other incubators. I mean, when I was Sign in charge, almost all new IITs, new NITs, and a lot of institutions from Maharashtra came to understand the policies. See, very important, especially when you are belonging to all the institutions, the policies are very, very important. The policy of IP transfer, policy of giving the research to the student to start a company also is very important. So Sign helped many institutions to form those policies. That is a second thing. There are a lot of governmental schemes that are going through Sign. Yeah, if you know Nidhi, Prayas, and all those schemes, they're all going through Sign, and Sign actually on behalf of Government of India passing on money up to funds up to 10 lakh per startup to various institutions. And I sit on those board, and I'm still a board member of Sign. So a lot of help is going from Sign to. So if you have anything, you can actually come down to Sign and understand the Sign functionality. Maybe you can actually copy or you can change that you want in your institutions. But very important that how you work. The Sign is an evolved process over the last 15-20 years. Many of the things can actually be copied if it is applicable to your institution, or need to be tweaked when it is applied, when it needs to be applied to your institutions. Yeah. So, and the second thing is now Sign is not only open to IIT Bombay, but anybody. If you feel that there is a good startup in your institution, Sign actually can give you incubation there also. All right. Sign is now a what you call center of excellence for incubation.
Sir, there are many questions, but you can take only one more.
Yeah, I can.
That
Yeah,
how do
please.
we encourage students towards entrepreneurship as most of them look forward to the placements?
Yeah, no, that is a tricky question. But I believe, I address the first year student when they come to IIT Bombay. I mean, of course, everybody does. As a dean R&D, I actually address them. And I just ask the question, how many amongst you would like to become entrepreneurs? And I've been doing this since almost 2007. And 2007, possibly not even one raised the hand. But after 2015, I could see that now 20% of students have raised their hands. And now 18 and 19, I could actually see about 50% students raise their hands. At least at that level, these are undergraduate level students, I feel that they want to, so whether they become entrepreneurs or not, it's a different matter altogether. But at least now they understand the meaning of entrepreneurship, they understand the startup business, and they at least have raised their hands, and they at least have some thinking at the back of their mind that they would like to become, startup. Second thing is now how to see the traditional ways of forming a e-cell and all that thing. But very importantly, I always feel the alumni of your institution who have made very big, reasonably big, who have been successful entrepreneurs, so called, you should depend on, you should call them. And they should actually become a very important segment. Of course, alumni always are happy to give back to the other institution from where they come. So you have to approach them and you have to call them and inspire, because the student have to believe that, look, they always feel that entrepreneur can be somebody else, not me. But the moment they see that a 6-pointer or 7-pointer has become an entrepreneur who actually studied at the same college where I have become very big, they start believing the same thing. And the third thing is some funds, some lab access where they can do whatever they want to. So they have to play with their hands. You have to give them some training, and we have started now tinkering lab. I'm sure you may have this thing where how to do soldering, how to do welding, lathe machines, and all those things, 3D printer and all that thing have become common with this. So they should right in the first year should get exposed to these things. Once they get exposed to this thing, which should not happen in third year or fourth year, they should actually be dirtying their hands right in the first year. All right, and this should be completely student governed. So we see that the fourth year student actually direct the first year and second year students. So the leadership qualities also come into picture. At the same time, the third year and the fourth student actually help the first year and second year student, where the team formation starts happening and the silos of branches come down. And silos of branches, when I mean to say the mechanical, civil, and all that actually get dissolved across when they come together and work in the same laboratory. Otherwise, branches are different, they will work in different labs. But such a lab, if you would develop what we call a tinkerer's lab, where they actually work, and we keep it open 24 hours. And because this is guided and taken care by students themselves, we make them responsible all the time. So if you give them responsibility to students, they can actually come out with wonders. So I will these are simple steps that you can take, but the student should be exposed to all these things right in the first year, so that he or she can actually start thinking about these possibilities.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for your words of experience, and you explained us really well what is entrepreneurship, why it has become important now, and whether it can be taught to students. So that is a tricky question always, whether it can be taught, and you explained it very well. Now I call upon our Deputy Director, Professor M.S. Sutavane, to say a few words in the honor of Professor Milind Atre.
Oh. Good evening all. At the outset, let me really sincerely express my heartfelt thanks to Professor Milind Atre, and his words were really inspiring, motivating, and it came out of his experience and wisdom. Sir, many of your oration and narration recalled my memories with entrepreneurship. As one of the faculty at COEP who back in 2007, he started his experiment of educating students for entrepreneurship. And therefore, I totally concur and align with you that whether entrepreneurship can be taught in class, and then whether entrepreneurs are born, can innovation be a course really formally? So I really concur and align with you. Thanks for your really enlightening words, sir, and sparing your valuable time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I thank all the participants who have patiently been here throughout the day. And I also thank all the speakers. Now, without the participants and without the speakers, this would not have been possible. The success of this FDP would not have been possible. So, my heartfelt thanks to participants and all the speakers. I also thank our director, Professor B.B. Ahuja, for extending his full support in conducting this activity. Also, Professor Sutavane, Deputy Director, College of Engineering, Pune. I thank him also. Both Professor Ahuja and Professor Sutavane are always supportive to all the entrepreneurship and innovation related activities, and on their support only we are working. I also thank all my team members who have enthusiastically and painstakingly have worked for this success of this FDP, especially our co-coordinator, Mr. Rahul Adao, Mr. Sapnil Mari, then Mr. Abhishek More, Mr. Raful Sandore, and Dr. S.B. Mane. And we also have our student secretary, Mr. Krishna Vath, with us. He has also helped us a lot, and the whole team has made this FDP a success. So, thanks a lot, all the participants and speakers. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very
With
much.
these words, we will part today. Good evening. I request all the participants to fill in the feedback form and attendance also. Only feedback form. I request all the participants to fill up the feedback form. It has been shared in the chat box. YouTube link इथेच ठेवायची द्यायची आता मेलवर ऑलरेडी पाठवून दिली देतोस का मग कृष्णा A YouTube link is being shared in this chat box. If you want to see the recordings, listen to the recordings again, you can refer to the YouTube link. Okay. आता किती किती राहिले लोक बघ जरा